I'm a bit late on my starting schedule. Oh no. Oh well.
We won't tell anyone.
Who actually starts on time? Like, seriously,
Well,
ever?
I mean, I could have easily and just kept it muted until now. Um, is before we start the game fully, is there anything out of character needed answered or comments, concerns for anything? And anyone can ask anything, by the way. So,
Where do babies come from?
well, you see, what happens is that two orcs decide to go kill a tribe of
Mm.
non-orcs, and they steal a child.
Kobolds.
Oh, okay,
Orcs decide
okay.
to go kill some kobolds.
Then I'm good. All my answers are questioned.
Okay. So that said, um, Vale, is that directly your character's name
Yeah.
or? Okay.
Yes.
Um, I would like you to add on your character knowledge. You can add this uh, in your character slot yourself if you want.
Okay.
Um, you came across as you were entering the train someone who mentioned the Golden Lion.
Okay.
They were a taller, very lithe build person. You can definitely tell the voice was a softer male voice, but you couldn't quite make out who it was because they kind of dipped out of view too fast for you to get a good glimpse.
Okay. Great. All right.
Hang on, that sent wrong. Um,
Alright, so crickets, tumbleweeds, which one we got going on here?
I'm not even quite
neither.
sure what was going on. I zoned out for a second.
A little bit of
Gaming.
column A, a little column B.
What?
A little bit of crickets, a little bit of tumbleweeds.
That is so not what I heard, but okay.
No, I said a little of column A, a little of column B.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
closer
that's
to
what
what
I
I heard. That's still not what I heard, but that's closer to what I heard.
Apparently, we got some music going on, so that's cool. Train's
Oh
upgraded.
hell yeah! I'm down.
Yeah, no, sorry. There's stuff going on in the background here. I thought that noise suppression would take care of it, but I guess not.
It should. If you have your volume setting catching too much, it might just go normally though. That's something I found out. Anyways, though, I think we are good to go.
Alright.
All right, I am entering all volume onto my stream. So, as you guys all start the morning, each and every one of you are going to wake up roughly around the same time. You are each in the rooms you left off in. Veil of Shadows, your room is on the first sleeper train, very last on the left.
Okay.
And so, as you all wake up, there is a knock on each of your doors, seemingly what would be roughly the same time.
Here, I'm gonna switch to push to talk. Just
That's fine.
I think that might help.
Okay. Kennedy's gonna answer her door.
Does anyone else answer their door? Or just Kennedy?
I'll
Yeah.
do my cat stretch and then open the door.
I mean, yeah, I don't see why not. I don't see a good reason not to.
Now you're super low, Owen.
Well, I tried reducing my sensitivity, like Al said, but if I'm on a push to
No,
talk,
I said your sensitivity, not your volume pickup. For
what's
your
the difference?
Your sensitivity will make it where it's.
sensitivity is how much or how loud you have to be to pick it up, whereas your volume is just directly how much you have to us. Mainly, your sensitivity is for when you're using voice activity.
Well, I'm on push to talk, so I guess that doesn't matter now.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. I turned you up on my side, so. Okay. As you all open your door, there is in front of your room a table with a very, very nice, higher class looking breakfast in front of it. On it, I would say.
Breakfast like what?
Hmm?
Eggs, Benadryl, Benedict. I'd assume. That seems fancy to me. Avocado toast. It's kind of expensive.
Sausage rolls.
Sausage rolls.
So in front of you definitely seems to be what we would consider now some waffles, and these are about 3 times the size of what you would see normally, though. And they're about 3 times as big as those. And a few strips of meat on the side, and a whole bunch of different flavoring sitting around. With,
Whole bunch of what?
as was stated tonight, a bunch of different spices and seasonings, if you
Okay.
decide for them. And none of them are labeled. They're only by color.
Oh no.
So these spices, they're like powdered spices?
Yes. Powder, or some of them are slightly more in like pepper-sized chunks.
So you want us to smell the spices before we use them?
That's up to you.
I will smell the spices.
As you breathe in each individual spice, their flavors and the scents just kind of overwhelm your body. And you just feel that every single one of them would be good in their own right. But you don't know if you should combine them or not, because you don't know how they would taste together.
Only one way to find out.
Are you about to create the ultimate spice?
I'm about ready to create the ultimate spice. Yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of all of them and mix them together, but I'm not going to put it on the big giant waffle thing first. I'm going to dip my finger in it and taste it.
You're actually just gonna take the spices straight up. Oh my god.
Why not?
It's not
I
just
mean,
spices, it is herbs as well. So,
I mean, if they smell good together, they're gonna
Uh-oh.
taste good together. So like.
generally.
This better not be the KFC 11 herbs and spices, or else there might be a lawsuit.
Oh gosh.
No, there's only 10 spices, so we're good.
No, there's 12.
Oh, okay, we're good.
We're still good.
Yeah, either way, I think it's so.
As you get that first bite of, so should I say pinch of the spice mix you've created, it tastes pretty damn good for not knowing what everything is. Like, you think this would almost work on every single thing you put it on, no matter what.
Okay. I'm going to take the food and bring it inside, I guess. I'll eat with
And
the
yes,
spice.
every single one of you see each other as you exit your rooms.
I'm just
And
gonna
you all
give
have
them
the
all,
same
like,
thing in front of them.
I'm gonna give them all like, it's good. Pull the food into my room.
Oddly, the table doesn't move.
Well, fine. I'll just pick up the plate then. If that doesn't work, I'll just pick up the food by hand.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be kind of unfair if somebody could just pick up the table and take all of the food.
Well, the reason why the table doesn't move is you would see in your room, you also have a table there.
Hmm. Okay. So
Yeah,
it's like
everyone
a bar cart.
has the same room as the most recent picture in World Place.
Okay. All right, then I will grab my food. do the same as she did, as Estrella did, and then salute to everyone as I went back in my room. Which you guys would see. Let me drop it in the chat.
Yeah, you can drop that in lore talk if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah, those two are for characters specifically. World places for me to drop extra stuff. If
No,
you,
I meant in the
so.
like in chat in
Yeah,
the game.
the
Yeah.
the chat room
Lore
that's
talk
in the
channel
voice
is for you.
channel.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. And I can't see that on my stream. Cool. Oh well.
Okay, wait a second. Anyways, I'll describe him as I'm finding the picture. You guys see a tall tabaxi person. He is 6'5", tall boy, wearing leather armor and underneath kind of like sailor clothes. And he is a panther tabaxi.
All right, cool.
That sailor's a little out of place on a train.
Yeah, just a little bit. Alright. There.
Normally, this sailor would be out of place. However, he is one of the few sailors that did get the invite to the Adventuring Guild.
I guess every good adventuring guild needs people who can sail.
Gonna have some variety.
It would be about this time, as everyone wakes up. It is now about 7 o'clock in the morning. If anyone decides to look out their windows, they would notice they are no longer in the city.
Chugga, 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 woo, woo.
Bold of you to assume we would be up at 7 in the morning.
Right.
That's why I said if anyone was up and decided to look out their window.
Alright, so if we're no longer in the city, what's it look like outside?
Outside, you see some vast, flowing plains around you. You've been on the move for about, you could assume since it left at 4 o'clock, about 3 hours. You can just over the edge of what you assume the horizon to be, see some buildings and a ship, you think. Doesn't seem as if you have gone too far from the coast.
Alright. Where are Kennedy's peaches?
You were told, actually, a note was left on your door saying that a few train cars down, a gift had been left for you in one of these storage trains.
Okay.
A bunch of crates for some odd reason.
But you said that the little waffle carts don't move.
No.
So she's stuck in her room.
You noticed as Estrella lifted up her plates and everything was lifted off of it, the table folded down on its own.
Okay, well that feels like a waste of food, but alright. So Kennedy's gonna lift
No,
her plate to
once
make the little
everything was
cart fold
lifted
down.
off the plate. Oh, you okay?
She doesn't want to eat the waffle.
Gee, I wonder what she will eat instead.
The spices.
Yeah, you lift the plate and all of the other stuff off the table, and it starts to fold down on its own.
Alright, cool. She's gonna go find those crates.
All right, so you're just gonna walk through the hallways with the food in your hands.
Yeah, she's gonna hand it to the first person she sees and go, "Here, free breakfast."
Which would be looking straight out in front of you, Veil of Shadows.
Awesome.
Um, I don't know if I can finish this, but I will try.
All right. Well,
And I'll take it.
here you go. Thanks, and see you later. And she's just gonna go.
Now, do you go to the front, towards the engine, or towards the caboose?
That is a good question.
You were told on the note it was a few train cars down, but
But which way is down? Right. Um,
the best part about a train is down could mean either way.
Yeah, well, down usually means the back, though.
yeah, but would Kennedy know what's the back of the train? Because they haven't been to every single car yet.
Well, I'd assume you'd know which way the train was moving, and it probably moves forward, so
I mean, yeah, but it's also a magical train. I'm just saying, it's early morning. You just woke up. Kennedy would not put two and two together.
Kennedy, no thoughts, head empty.
Not a
No, there
morning
is one
person.
thought.
Peach.
There is one thought on their head.
Yeah. So I don't know which direction Kennedy would go. Honestly.
You can roll a dice. Odds or evens, front and back.
Since she's part goat, could she roll perception to see if she can smell them?
I'm gonna say no because there's too many varying scents around at the moment.
That makes sense. Breakfast was just delivered to everybody.
You could move a few trains and try, but you wouldn't be able to right now. You would believe that you take a sniff trying to figure them out. There's too many scents at the moment. You think if you can get away from where all the food is, you might be able to give it another shot.
Okay. That still doesn't help me with my moral quandary of which way do I take.
Well, you know where some peaches
Flip
are.
a dang coin or something.
Yeah. Well, we don't have a channel for rolling dice in the Discord for whatever reason.
Nice dice.
Well, that's all the way up there.
Do you want? I will make a spot just for you to do that then.
Thank you. That's what I was asking for.
I don't know what the dice spot is.
You have to add the dice bot to the channel.
I don't know which one it is.
Oh,
Is it Avray?
yes.
Just make your own dice spot. Problem solved.
There. I need to add. I'm not that smart with dice and bots. Boom. There. Now everyone should be able to see
Okay,
that.
so she's going the wrong way.
So yeah, you should all now be able to see the dice spot
Cool.
down here.
Nice Dice 2. It's the sequel to Nice Dice.
Nice dice too. I like your boogaloo.
So you start to walk to the front of the train, heading back towards Polath.
Oh, fantastic. So Kennedy can just get her peaches in the form of peach alcohol.
Yes, yes you can.
Excellent breakfast. Okay. So, Kennedy's gonna find the bar again. She's just gonna kind of like shrug to herself, like, all right, it's as good a food as any.
And yes, you make your way to the front of the train, at least up all the way to the bar where Porath is.
Yep,
And
she's
for
just
those
gonna.
in stream that didn't see it, there we go. that is the bar you enter into. Yet again.
All right. Yeah, she's just gonna sit down and order that peach drink that poor app makes.
Well, didn't you just have enough of that last night?
No, definitely not.
Did you at least have some food?
Do you get paid extra to judge your customers?
I am making sure you are okay.
Oh, I'm perfectly fine.
When was the last time you ate?
Oh, well, I had peaches yesterday.
How long ago?
I don't know how long I've been here.
Well, give me just a moment. As she reaches down and again starts making that fun drink that she had been making the previous day, again with the same amount of flair. And during it, she changes up a little bit and slides a peach in front of you as she starts to pour the drink.
All right, awesome. Kennedy's just gonna stay at the bar and drink for a while, so whoever else can do their morning thing.
After she gives me her food, I will eat what I can and then save the seasoning. Just put it in a little pouch for if I want to throw it on something else later.
Are rooms equipped with their own showers, or are there a different room for that?
They do not have their own. It is 3 train cars down for the showers, and there are 6 showers in the train car. 6
Okay.
separate, all
Well,
each their own.
Estrella's gonna make her way to that then.
Okay. As you make your path down, coming towards you, you hear this weird voice that sounds familiar, and it sounds like it's just saying the same word over and over, getting closer to you. Can't really make out what it is though.
Let me get. This better not be who I think it is.
I will look towards the voice.
As you look fully in the direction of the voice, you see this very short Kenku running towards you.
Gave you my tickets.
She runs up to you, looks at you. Ticket. Ticket. Ticket.
Ticket. Right. Yes. Ticket. Do I have to put more coins in my bracelet?
Ticket.
She's just gonna do what she had to do like the day before with like the coin and the bracelet thing. And
As you set the coins on it, they don't vanish this time.
listen, if you could say more words than just tickets, how about I give you a notebook? You can write out what you need me to do.
Ticket.
Otherwise,
Ticket.
I am just going to go.
She grabs your bracelet,
Okay.
peers really close at it, like almost uncomfortably close. Ticket. Let's go. Runs past you.
That little Kinku. She's just gonna shake her head, find her way to the shower.
Vale will head to the bar cart, looking for some rum.
In front or behind, you did enter towards the back, so you did happen across two of them.
Let's go back.
Okay.
Actually,
we're go-
forward.
Okay.
Because if I already
you
seen
sure?
the back, then I want to see what's in the front.
Yeah, you saw the one behind you currently, which was empty when you passed. There was no
Okay,
one
then.
manning it, so.
Okay, then yeah. Then I will go forward.
Okay. As you move forward, you do move through one of the dining halls to get up there that you hadn't yet seen. And it is the third picture in World Place, or the current picture on my stream.
Okay.
Set up as it looks.
Except there's a lizard person tending it instead of a human.
No, not yet. They haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, this is the
They're
other
go-
one. Okay.
Yeah,
I see, I
they're
see.
going through the dining hall, not the bar yet. Yeah.
Out of
After
character,
you
I
go through
honestly,
there,
I can't even like think right now. There's just too much noise here. So I apologize if I'm like really slow in like responding or just trying
all
to
good,
come
man.
up with stuff.
It's fine.
And yeah, you enter in after a minute or two of this walking to the bar at the top with a lizard person and a satyr sitting in front of them.
Okay.
Ah, new guest. Have you had your ticket checked yet?
Um, yes, I have. But could I trouble you for some rum?
Just rum.
For now, yes.
Have you had your food today?
I did indeed. It was very good.
What do they serve today? I'm actually curious. I make my own, so.
Oh. It was some giant pancakes with some kind of meat and a few other things.
Very interesting. Yes, give me a moment. Take a
No
seat.
worries. I will sit down next to Kennedy and reach my hand out. Greetings. My name is Vale. Nice to meet you.
Kennedy is going to look at the hand with absolute disgust, look back at you, and go, Kennedy, displeased.
Very well. So what are you drinking today?
Apparently, the nectar of the gods. It's just
Hmm.
something that doesn't have a name, to what I gather.
I gave you a name last night.
Well, yes. And then I went to bed.
And no one wrote it down.
No one wrote.
That is a shame.
Just
Anyways,
call it the nectar of the gods.
and if a god didn't make it, it wouldn't be true.
Oh, I'm not there.
Wait,
In the
wouldn't?
That was out of character.
I know. I was saying it as a character. Um,
Did you double negative that on purpose?
what?
If a god didn't make it, it wouldn't be true? Meaning it is?
Exactly.
You're bringing that double negative wrong.
Yeah, if a god didn't make the
If
the
if a god
alcoholic
didn't
drink.
make the drink, it couldn't be called the nectar of the gods.
Okay.
Anyways,
English is such a weird language.
Oh, absolutely.
You say the same
You
sentence,
see,
different
yeah,
inflections, means different things.
you see them. This lizard folk pull out a mug, about what you would see 2 pints worth in size. This is double what you're used to drinking in one sitting. You can definitely tell that. And before they start pouring your drink, you see them throwing, bouncing, and all in all, just having a whole bunch of fun making your drink.
Hmm.
Before they start pouring and adding some flavors into it that you did not ask for. Before, after about a minute, they finish pouring your drink fully and slide it over to you, stopping perfectly in front of you.
Sorry, someone's talking to me.
There you go.
Thank you. And I'll put a few gold on the bar for him.
Oh no.
It's just a tip.
I get paid by the train plenty.
Very well. And I will sling it back. How's it taste?
I'd like you to roll a Constitution check.
Uh-oh.
Make a death save. That's good. It's good. It's a natural one.
Yeah. As you take a sip of it, it's a lot stronger than you were anticipating. And you finish your first sip, and you just kind of pass out for a second, hitting your head on the desk or on the bar.
Nice.
Kennedy's
Good
gonna
way
It
to
kind of
tastes
start.
poke him.
absolutely amazing, though. Like the best flavored rum you've ever had.
Awesome.
Kennedy's gonna poke him.
Uh, well, I was not expecting that much of a lightweight.
It is a little sad, isn't it?
Yes, one sip of my drink. You managed to go how many again last night?
Not
Too many, that's
enough.
for sure.
We have differing
You and I
opinions
have
on
very
alcohol limits.
obviously differing opinions. Anyways, let me. Vale, I would like you to roll perception
Mhm.
to see how long it takes you to wake up.
11.
You kind of wake up, kind of getting your head slapped a little bit.
Hmm.
Nothing super painful, but enough to like, hey, kind of get your attention, kind of slap.
Right.
You kind of just wake up and everything's kind of spinning for a minute. You
Sorry,
okay,
it's
Dad?
yes, sorry. It's been a while since I've had anything quite as strong.
And I even added some flavoring to reduce the alcohol. You really are a lightweight, aren't you?
Yes, I don't generally drink too much.
Good choice. What were you before you came on this train? Pirate, perhaps?
Not quite. Parrot hunter.
Ah, What happened with your ship to bring you on the train? Only sailors I know that come on the train are usually crashed ships, or pirates who couldn't live long enough on the ship.
Well, my ship is no more.
Oh? What
Someone,
happened?
some pirates that we'd captured in the past were able to ambush us. I was one of the only survivors.
Ah, what a shame.
Indeed.
How long ago?
Mm, Perhaps a year. I've been looking for these pirates, but I had no luck until recently.
Oh?
Have you seen a? To where was I cannot remember. I didn't really catch a glimpse of this person, but they were very slender with a masculine voice, and they were speaking about the Golden Lion, which was my ship.
Hmm. Do you remember how tall they were?
I do not. They were quite tall, but not an exact number.
Were they as tall or taller than your friend? Yeah.
Were they as tall as her, or a little shorter?
Kennedy is 5'4", right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so they're taller.
Okay,
Oh.
so you're how tall again?
I am 6'5".
They were about your height.
Okay, they were about my height.
Hmm. So could have been an orc of some kind, or a very tall elf. Hmm.
Well, if you do happen to hear anything,
Or a half giant.
are there many of uh, half giants on the train?
Or a Goliath. Small Goliath, I must say, but Goliath nonetheless. Okay, what?
Are there many Goliaths on the train?
No. But the ones I know have a very guttural voice. I don't think you're looking for them. Most of them aren't exactly thin either.
Probably more likely the elf,
Hmm. Possibly.
but if you are hear anything else about the Golden Lion, please let me know.
Well, I do happen to see quite a lot. I am the middle, no, I think the middle, I'm not quite sure where I stand in this train line, but I do believe I am towards the middle of the train, so I do see a lot. Hmm. At this point, Cordovan, your door gets a knock on it again. And you just hear from the outside, as right before it starts knocking, you hear, ticket, ticket.
He stepped away.
Oh, he did? Ah.
What about Estrella?
Estrella is in the shower.
Well, it doesn't take her that long to shower.
Yeah.
She was killed by the shower mimic.
I was killed by the shower mimic. Shower mimic being hot water and it feels good, so let me just stay here for like 2 hours.
Yes.
Just kidding. Not 2 hours. But yeah, no. Estrella could be done with her shower, dressed, and headed towards the bar cart as well.
Oh, starting your morning with alcohol.
With this group, I have a feeling I'm going to need it.
What a
His adventure
coincidence!
does.
Sorry, go ahead, Rel. Okay.
Don't know what just happened. Everyone said something, but nobody said anything at all. So,
That's okay. I'm equally confused.
okay. Yeah. No. I guess, after her shower, she'll make her way to the bar cart. See new person sit on the other side of them because that satyr dropped her on her butt last night.
Ah, hello again.
Hello.
And how about you for today? What can I get you?
I don't suppose you have anything that's non-alcoholic because I'm responsible, she says, glancing over at the other two.
Kennedy's
And
gonna
also
make a point to ignore that.
a little hungover, so
Kennedy's gonna make a point to ignore that and take a sip of her drink almost as if in spite of what you had just said.
Well, what would you like? I can make a lot too.
honestly just orange juice.
So, they left. Headache happened, so it's just the three of you now.
Okay.
And they pull out a glass cup and set it in front of you. And they seem to pull out a big canister. And they pop it open and start pouring some orange juice in it. They seem to be really struggling to lift it too. But they manage not to spill any. And then they set it down behind the counter. Here's your drink. They did no flair with it whatsoever.
That's fine. Estrella just wants orange juice, not a show. She's gonna turn to the new person sitting next door and be like, I don't believe we've met.
No. Greetings. My name is Veil of Shadows, but you can call me Veil.
Take it.
Right.
Take it.
My name's Estrella.
I hold my arm out for the ticket.
Take
for-
it. You just hear it getting louder and louder.
Oh,
Nice to
Bark's
meet you.
not even in the train car yet.
Ticket,
I'm holding it out in anticipation.
ticket, ticket. And then you just hear the doors open.
Just imagine like this little bird like kicking open every door they go through.
They pretty much have to.
Kick it!
Ticket.
They lock eyes with Estrella, even if they're not looking. They lock eyes with them. Ticket. They walk past.
You've ready. Okay.
They stop and look at Vale. Ticket. In a more aggressive tone.
Yes, yes. Here's your ticket. And hold my arm out.
They put their little clippy style tool up to it. Ticket. They stare at you. Angry look on their face.
Did you put coins in your bracelet?
Mm,
Ticket.
I
No.
would put coins in your ticket in your bracelet because ticket over here is rather aggressive if you don't.
I will put 5 gold on my bracelet.
As they kind of get a little irritated because you decide to take your time, they start bopping you on the head with their tool, saying ticket, ticket, ticket. Trying to get you to go faster.
Understood. My
And-
apologies.
The same thing happens as Shrek 4. As you set each coin on, it vanishes. And once you set 5 coins, she clips out the amethyst rank of your ticket.
Thank you, ticket.
Don't know their
Bark.
actual name. Now they're ticket.
Holy shit. Did you say a word other than ticket?
She glares at you.
So little Kenku does have more than one word in their repertoire.
Name, Bark.
Pleasure to meet you,
Ticket.
Bark.
Nice
As
to meet
they
you.
run off.
Nice to meet you as well, Estrella.
What brings you to this fantastical train of magicalness?
Besides the invitation, holding the bracelet up.
Yes, well, apparently that's several of us.
I also
All of us.
have. I'm looking for leads currently. On anyone speaking about the Golden Lion.
Like an actual made of gold?
No, it is a ship.
Yes, he was telling me about his pirate hunting crew he was with.
I knew a pirate once. Can't remember his name, but he was fun.
What was this pirate like? Perhaps I remember him.
Rowdy, boisterous. Said he was better than he really was. You know.
It is generally
No.
the pirate type.
Seduced him into a bath. He needed it. Left him there. It was a good night.
A lot of pirates need baths. They do not get enough bathing, in my opinion.
I find that there's just mostly sailors, not just pirates.
Generally, yes, but I do like my baths. I like to treat myself when I can.
Cue cats and bathing themselves joke right here.
If I'm not feeding into the stereotype, what am I doing? How about you? What brings you here besides the invitation?
exploration. What better way to see the world than on a train that goes everywhere? Worlds? Not quite sure how that works. Either way, train goes everywhere, and I get to see everywhere, and that is pretty much what I wanted, right? She says, a little unsure of herself.
Nothing wrong with wanting to see the world. If I was not looking for leads, then that is what I'd be doing as well. Sailing or riding train around the world. Either way, it's nice to explore, see what there is to see.
As this conversation is going on, Estrella, I would like you to make a wisdom save.
I'm
Uh-oh.
sorry, what was that?
I would like you to make a wisdom save.
Okay. I'm not a very wise elf. 12.
No, you. As you're talking, you just kind of hear this voice in the back of your head. It sounds insanely familiar and extremely close. Saying, Estrella, return home, please.
I'm gonna try to inconspicuously look around. I'm assuming I don't see anything because, of course, it's all in
Roll
my head.
perception.
And yeah, 20 for a 24.
34.
Right, 34. I forget we're playing by silly rule. I mean, Pathfinder rules.
I mean, not silly at all. Rules that I love to play with.
I've never played Pathfinder, so it's weird to me. So
Hey, we're
Well-
level 1 right now. Sometimes we need all the help we can get, okay?
If it wasn't for Pathfinder rules, you wouldn't have had a chance,
Oh, okay.
even on a nat 20. Out of the corner of your eye, as you're kind of looking around, you see this dark figure. Kind of just moves every time you look at it. No one else seems to notice it, though.
Hmm.
As if you're the only one who can see it.
I'm gonna turn back to the bartender. It's like, actually, you know what? I will take something a little stronger.
Oh,
I'll have.
what brought the change?
I'd rather not speak of it. I'll have whatever she's having. Pointing to Kennedy.
Ah. All right, just a moment.
Speaking of seeing the world, do you know what our next destination is?
Not a clue. I was just told to get on before a certain hour.
Do you, Kennedy?
No, not at all, actually.
Well, at least we have one thing in common. Or two.
Although, shouldn't your ticket say? And she looks at her wrist.
There's nothing on there currently.
Ah, well, I guess not.
You would think the ticket would tell us. I'll turn to
Considering
the
it looks like
bartender.
a bracelet.
Yeah, I'll turn to the bartender and say, "Do you know where our next destination is?"
I do. Although I think it would be good for you to know how to use your bracelet correctly.
I would agree.
Look at your bracelet. Each of you.
Okay.
And say the next destination, please.
Is this like a Hey Siri type situation here? Surprised my
Similar.
phone didn't go off.
Ta-ding. Next destination. I say when I look at my wrist.
You kind of see on the bracelet some letters kind of moving around,
Well, that doesn't help. I never learned how to read. Just kidding.
and on it, after about 5 seconds, you can't read the word. And then you realize it's upside down. So you look at it upside down, and you read, it says, Mabanilo.
Mama Needle. Says our next destination is Mama Nilo.
I did say it a bit weird, so there's what it is written as.
That's a Mama Nilo.
Never
Okay.
been there.
Neither have I.
Sounds like
I wonder
D&D
what it's
Miami.
like.
Right.
Oh gosh.
I heard their dolphins are very good.
Are they pink? Not cool dolphins unless they're pink dolphins.
Surprised you're a dolphin and not a jaguar fan.
I don't do sports balls, so that reference went way over my head until you said something.
Jacksonville
No,
Jaguars and Veil of Shadows is a giant black cat.
No,
It's true.
the jaguars are dicks, so think they're special just because they have spots. Does it tell us when we will arrive, or is it just the destination?
Just the destination.
I'll turn back to the bartender. What other tricks does this bracelet have?
Oh, quite a few. That's only, at least I've been told. I've only seen that one in action.
One, as in the amethyst one?
As the
Yes.
destination. Oh, never mind.
I do believe the higher ranks have more abilities within it.
Makes
Amethyst
sense.
is the lowest rank
Why is
allowed.
that?
Hmm?
Amethysts are so much prettier than most
Well,
gems.
yes, but
the bottom.
it is the value as well.
Yeah, well,
Amethyst doesn't go to too much in the use of the train. Although I'm sure if you manage to get up to the conductor, you should be able to possibly make some changes with that. I don't know. I've never had a desire to go that far forward.
sounds like it would be a bit of a walk.
It's only about 30 train cars.
Oh, well. Anyways, my drink?
Yes, I'm sorry. And the same flair from last night as they make your drink. And sliding it right in front of you.
Gonna take a sip, kind of mull it over in her mouth. Like, yeah, okay, that's not half bad.
Vale, do you want to take another sip of your rum?
Yeah.
One more time.
Alright. Let's hope I can roll above a 10. Okay. I did not. That's a 5.
It's strong. Something about this drink is just making it so it's hard for you to really keep it down well enough to keep going. You don't pass out this time, but something about this is just not, for some reason, sitting well enough for you to just start chugging, or even have to have less than a minute between each sip.
Perhaps I tried to drink too early. Would you mind if I got some tea with some lime in it?
Of course not. But are you sure you want lime?
Yes, why not?
Hmm.
Is there
Limes,
something else?
lemons.
Is there something else I should put in it?
Well, depending on the tea, yes.
Then give me your best recommendation.
That will take a while.
Oops.
About
I think we
10
have time.
minutes.
I think we have time. At the very least, I do.
All right then. As she walks away a little bit down the bar and starts setting something up under the counter. All right. Now, is there anything else you would like to know before this is done? Any of you?
Yes, but not from you. She turns to Kennedy, kind of looks around Vale, like something against people from the Feywild?
I do, actually, though I don't see how it's any of your business.
Well, considering that I'm from the Feywild and we are probably stuck together for a while, I would like to try to at least uh be friends with you. So if there was anything that I have done personally towards you, I would like to make up for it.
Oh no, nothing that you personally have done, and don't worry, I won't try to kill you.
Right. Except for I've never heard of you, you've never heard of me. So how in the world could you hold something against me just because of the place that I'm from?
It's not particularly personal.
Oh, but it is. Especially if we're going to have to travel together. Would rather get that out of the way so this isn't, end in disaster.
Your definition of disaster and my definition of disaster are entirely different, let me assure you.
I don't know if you are a wanted criminal or just.
Oh no, certainly not a criminal. Do you
Or
think
just
that they
on the.
would hire criminals to do what they've hired us to do?
I don't even remember what we were doing, so I wouldn't know.
I don't know if they particularly care. From what I heard earlier, the bartender said that there was pirates that have came aboard this train before, so this is possible.
Yes, but not everyone that's on this train was hired by the same people that we were. This is also just a train that lets anybody who can pay the fee board it.
True.
I am so sorry in advance, by the way, just in case you weren't aware how much of a bitch Kennedy is.
No, you're good. Like I said, I played in a campaign with a character that was similar, so
I
it
just,
was well
I
equipped.
just, I just suppose my only concern, Estrella,
Hmm.
is at this point, is that we'll get into a situation where one of us will need to rescue the other, and I would hate to be left behind.
I'm going to do what I have to. I will definitely do what I have to in order to make sure that I can do the assignment that I have been paid for.
Keep that in mind if you ever need rescue, she says, downing the rest of her drink and leaving.
If
For the record,
would-
Kennedy didn't say she would leave you behind.
She
I have
didn't
no
say that she
intention of
wouldn't.
leaving anyone behind. Perhaps this just will take some time to work out.
Sorry, I don't think anyone can hear you right now.
That was just the sounds of the tea machine starting up.
Well, we heard that.
Straya, which way did you go?
Well, towards the front, because now she's curious about the conductor.
Mm-hmm. And so you start to walk that way. As you walk that way, perception.
$16.
Okay. As you're going through the train cars, nothing really stands out too much. Although you do see this kind of taller fellow. Slim build. Kind of talking about sailing and what they used to do to someone who's much shorter than them. Not really responding much.
Kind of listen in on their conversation as I'm walking past.
As you start to eavesdrop in, are you trying to maintain speed or are you slowing down?
I'm just walking at a normal pace, just using my just just listening in as I walk past.
As you start to listen, you don't really get too much noteworthy information, but you do hear something about the captain of the cat. Sorry, captain of the royal cat was a
I-
pain to deal with.
Was what?
Was a pain to deal with.
Okay. Is there something I can roll to like put 2 and 2 together here, like insight or something?
Insight. For you to understand what the royal cat would be.
Never
Number
mind,
one.
guys. I'm dumb.
Yeah, you
You're
can
still
pocket
upset.
the information, but you can't really make out an underlying meaning behind it.
I'm like, huh. It's funny. I was just talking to a cat and keeps walking. Yeah.
Is anyone else doing anything besides drinking?
Has Poros cut Kennedy off yet?
No, you've only had about 6 drinks in this time.
Only.
Yeah,
She is making it very deliberate to slow you down, though.
Why is she so
She's
concerned
making
about Kennedy's alcohol consumption?
You can
She's a
ask her.
bartender. Who cares?
She tried to ask her.
Thing because this bartender didn't question Vale when he had 2 drinks and got knocked out nearly both times. So it didn't slow him down.
He's also only had 2 sips of it.
Yeah, they're probably not gonna be like, I don't think you need another drink.
About this time, a drink slides in front of you, Shadow,
Hmm.
and stops perfectly next to your mug, less than an inch away from it. Handle pointed right towards you.
I've got to say, you have quite the talent for making drinks.
Ah, I appreciate it. I've been doing this for roughly 2 years on the train.
Seems it has worked in your favor.
Oh, definitely.
I
But I don't
suspect
remember how
that
long I've
2
been doing
years
it
on this train is
beforehand.
a lot longer than just 2 years, by the way.
Hey, you hush.
That's Kennedy speaking in character.
Well,
Do you say
it
that
seems you.
in a specifically quiet tone?
Yes.
Okay, so then she wouldn't have responded to that. She wouldn't have heard it, most likely.
Well, it seems you know your craft very well.
Yes,
Uh,
I kind of pride myself on it.
I will drink my tea.
Oh, and catch, as something comes flying at you as she says catch.
I will attempt to
Uh,
catch it.
Dexterity check.
Okay. What in the world? I haven't rolled above a 5. I feel like my dice are going against me. That's a 8 total.
Yeah, your hand just gets up, and it blocks it from hitting you in the face. And instead, your hand directs it down, and it hits you in the chest. Doesn't really hurt. It's more of just a light thud. It wasn't really thrown hard. It was thrown in a very high arc. So it was hard for you to see until the last second. And your hand just didn't get up in the way as in your lap lands an apple.
Thank you.
It might help you with the rum a bit too.
I appreciate it.
Kind of winks at you. Take a sip and a bite at the same time.
Okay. I will take a bite of the apple and then take a drink.
You feel really invigorated as you bite into the apple. You have advantage on this con throw.
Oh. Hey, there's my total garbage. That's a 15.
Yeah, you feel like you can go for a while with this. This drink doesn't seem like anything anymore. You have advantage on con saves against alcohol for the next 24 hours.
Nice. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it.
Of course. A lightweight like you should have some of these on hand, honestly.
I agree. Perhaps I can build a better resistance to it.
From what I saw, I'd be very surprised, but it is possible.
So, Kennedy, what brings you here?
I was paid to
What
be
is-
here.
Oh, yes, but remind me what this job is.
Do they even know? Because I don't.
The job was never directly given. The purpose of this bracelet, supported to all of you by the guild, was for you to extend your own adventures out by using the train as a base. They gave you enough gold to get you up to 10 cities out. So you could go from Aloe all the way, if you wanted to Tour, which is the capital of Kamanekaya, which is 3 countries away. They gave you enough gold if you stuck on the train the whole time to get you about 5,000 miles.
By the way, what country are we in currently?
You
I
are
know we're in the
currently in the
starting country.
kingdom of Conquega.
Okay. Because I knew we started in Alo, but I didn't know what country it was we
Yes,
started.
you are currently about halfway to the next city.
Okay.
I was about to say these names sound made up, but they are. So
I mean, they're all on the map.
I know.
That makes them real.
That makes them real.
Mm-hmm.
If
They're
you
real
can think
made
it,
up.
you can dream it.
Yeah, so Kennedy's just gonna answer you with like a shrug. Like, eh. I just prefer to stay moving.
I see. No, as it makes a difference. I don't really care for your past.
Good. It's not
You
like
do.
you would learn it anyhow.
Perhaps. But your past is your past. As long as we know we can trust each other, then I see no problems. But
Lyric,
Yeah.
but I don't
wisdom
really.
saving throw, please. And as well, Shadow's wisdom saving throw.
Alright. Trying to see if my words get through to you. That's not really what it is. Ah, damn it. That's an 8 on me.
Shit. Well.
Roll new characters.
No. Vale, you hear some whispering in the back of your head. You can't place where it's coming from. It's definitely not coming from Kennedy. But last you knew, there were only 3 of you currently still in this train car. And the whispering you hear is Elric was first. You survived and you are next.
One more time? Sorry.
Elric was first. You survived and you're next. As it fades away. And Lyric, you're hearing from somewhere. And it's definitely not what Vale is saying at all. It's not their voice at all. Matter of fact, this voice seems demonic.
Uh-oh.
Fun.
You can run, but I will get you. Just like your mom.
Kennedy is going to get up and immediately go and find Estrella.
see if I see anybody. But
Perception.
a 22.
No, it's just the three of you, as Kennedy is now leaving the train.
As she's walking away, I'll say, "Do you mind if I join you?"
Yeah, sure, fine, whatever. She keeps going.
I follow. With my hands on my blades.
Estrella, go ahead
Yes.
and roll perception. You need better than a 10.
We're not.
Oof.
Yeah, you hear something, not really something that seems like it would interest you in any way, though. So
Okay.
you just really kind of keep on walking, I guess. Yeah, you hear a really weird thud, but it's far away and nothing that you would think would concern you.
Well, with how they dish alcohol out on this train.
She did down a whole drink without, thinking about it. So.
And surely we're not the only people on this train.
No.
Or are we?
Hopefully not. That would be very concerning for how the train is getting from point A to point B.
Handshake.
Yeah.
Thankfully, no one has used detect magic yet.
Have it.
Yeah, so
And so, Kennedy, Vale, you guys go through a few train cars. Roll perception.
Mm-hmm. Figures I can roll decent perception, but I can't roll Constitution at all.
27.
17.
If you add 10, that's 27. So we both
Uh,
rolled the same.
the plus 10 is only if you get a natural
Well, see. Anyway, we both rolled 17.
20. So, you both see this tall figure off to the side, kind of wearing a darker cloak. Very lithe build about them. And they say something about a captain and a crew that some escaped from.
Should we take note of that? Because Kennedy's probably just going to keep moving.
All right. You managed to make note of that in your head. If you want, you can make a wisdom check to commit it to perfect memory.
13.
Nah, you can't quite commit it word for word, but you can remember most of what was said. If not exactly at that moment, you can piece it together to get what they said. Vale, what do you do?
Mm-hmm. It's a very good question. I would like to look at this figure
Their
and see
back
if
is
I can pick
definitely
it.
to you.
Hmm?
Their
Oh,
back
back
is
is to me.
definitely to you. So
Okay. And the cloak is just covering everything.
everything. It's all the way to the ground.
Okay. Uh,
As they talk, you do hear a very soft male voice.
I will. As Okay. Yeah. I will ask Kennedy if while we're passing by, you're like, can you bump into this guy right here real quick? I want to try to see his face.
If Kennedy wants to like turn on a dime to like kind of try and bump into someone, that'd be Dex, right?
Absolutely. And at this point, you
19.
already stated you were continuing to walk, so you will basically have to stop, move, and do it. So
Well, she got a
you rolled a
19
19. Yeah, you definitely managed to do it.
without like arousing suspicion.
Hmm, let me see.
Question
something.
mark.
That's what I'm checking. Yeah, they couldn't tell anything about that. It just to them it seemed like you tripped.
Sweet.
I want to see if
Ah, what the hell?
when they turn, I want to see if I can catch any features.
What side do you expect them to turn to?
Oh.
Left or right?
Oh, you're right. Probably.
Because that will determine
Probably.
if you get something or if you get a good enough feature or not.
Hopefully right.
So you kind of move to the right to see.
Yeah.
As they're bumped into, they kind of step forward and catch themselves. And they turn to the left as they can tell the person is still moving past them from that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Watch where you're going. You can't really make out anything more. They do have just barely what you can see, a very sharp place.
Sharp what?
Sharp face.
Face. Okay.
Can't
Okay.
really get too much detail though, because they turned the opposite side you went to. And I had that set already. So
Yeah.
you can definitely kind of see though they have a very odd coloration on their skin. Like it doesn't look like human color would ever be.
Mm-hmm.
It looks more orcish in color almost.
Okay. Okay.
But again, it definitely doesn't seem like an orc from the face structure.
Mm-hmm. I can
As they
remember.
turn back around. And I do have the Lore Talk channel open for anyone to post anything into,
Okay.
in character or out of character. Character lore understanding is specifically in character.
Wow. Okay. One sec. Let me see what I have currently. Have anything that I might be able to do from Alright.
Could walk up
I
and
will.
ask them.
Yeah. I could. Yeah.
Although, is that a good idea?
That is a good question. I will say to Kennedy, I was like, go on ahead. I need to watch this person for a second. Or I'll just nod to her and I'm gonna try to just sit somewhere and like just essentially hide and just listen in on what he's saying for a little bit.
Roll
Maybe
stealth
I
at
can follow him.
disadvantage.
Okay.
There's not really too many places to hide.
Not horribly. 15.
Is that at disadvantage?
Yeah, 25 was my first roll.
Nice. You're not really hidden too well. You think they're not able to see you,
Hmm.
and so you kind of just stay where you are, waiting and listening. As you hear more of the same basic talk of about this ship and this captain who really didn't put up too much of a fight, especially since he never had a chance. And the trainee he had was just as horrible. Couldn't even swing a dagger or sword. It's a miracle he stayed on the ship as long as he did. Ah, well, the Royal Cat's not exactly the best well-known hunting crew. Now I can tell why. They weren't even worth the bounty.
What is the rule on the ship as far as not fighting? Yeah, fighting. I guess would be the closest approximation to it. What's the rules on it? On fighting on the train? Don't
There
tend to
have been no
hopefully fight,
rules. You haven't been told anything about that.
Okay. Does the gentleman that he's talking to seem like invested in the conversation?
Not really. Kind of just nodding along.
Okay. Then, in that case, I will come up behind old homie in the cloak with a dagger and just like,
Stop! You hear it come from in front of you. As the eyes of the one he was talking to pierce into you.
oh,
The guy in the cloak doesn't even turn around, though. As if he just keeps sitting here talking. As if he's
here.
not willing to acknowledge you. In the back of your head, you hear, "You should leave. This isn't a fight you can win."
And it seems
As you
like
can just feel a weight coming from the person staring at you.
Alright. I'll sheath my dagger and continue on after Kennedy. But make sure to mark both of those people as people to remember.
Mm-hmm. About this time, Estrella, you start to move through more and more cars, eventually passing through. Let me get it here really quick.
Little do I know they're actually talking about the silver Jaguar.
You pass through this towards the front of the train.
Pretty.
Well, that is pretty.
And you can see its glass around basically the whole train car. Only parts where it would be supported by something where it would need it is not glass. It is extremely bright in this room.
Yep. I am going to stop to take in the sights because that's pretty.
And yeah, as you look around on either side of the train, you can see what looks to be off to your right. Horizon, a small little bunch of buildings, and a boat just outside of it. And as you look more forward towards the front of the train, on the same side, you can see a bunch of ships and boats going almost as if they're on land still. And to the left, you can just see plains upon plains of rolling flat lands, and then far beyond past those, beautiful, massive trees, easily standing a few 100 feet tall.
Pretty.
How long do you stay in this room to look at these?
And 5 minutes.
All right. Kennedy, go ahead and roll a perception for me at this time.
Ew. 16.
All right. You do manage to see someone in the corner of the train car you've entered. And this is not necessarily a dining car. I apologize, I actually should have put this photo down because this one is applicable now. Australia, you would have also seen this one as you went through. You see a gentleman in the corner of the room slumped over on himself.
That was the room that I had to roll perception in and totally
Yes.
missed it.
Yeah, you were just walking straight through. You had a mission on mind, so
Okay, so you said he slumped over on himself. Does that mean he's seated, or is he like standing up, folded in half?
Yes.
he is seated on the ground,
Okay, that's a little weird.
not in a chair at all.
Okay. What does this
Doesn't
person...
seem like he has any color on his skin either. It's almost like deathly white.
Must have had too much nectar of the gods.
Okay. How's a 21 for Arcana do? Kennedy's gonna stop, check it out.
You can tell there's something, because let me see if that's a thing. I think it is, but roll a medicine check.
Medicine check? Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
10.
You're not sure. There doesn't seem to be any wounds upon him as to why he would be like this. And you can definitely tell some magic was here active, more than just what's in the train normally. This was a higher level of magic used against this person.
Is this person even
You just
alive?
can't. No. You touch them and they are cold.
Kennedy's gonna kind of take a step back.
Like, the minute you touch them, your hand almost freezes, it feels like. As if you were to grab an ice cube and hold on to it.
Kennedy's felt dead people before. She knows that shouldn't be that cold.
Yes. This is an unnatural cold.
Okay. You know, I don't actually know what Kennedy would do in this situation. I don't know if she would just go back to her original mission and pretend she didn't see this, or if she would like try and report this to someone. I don't know.
Well, that's for you to figure out.
Yeah, someone else do something. I'm gonna think about this for a minute.
Veil of Shadows, it's about this time that you walk in and see them just kind of standing and staring at something that you haven't seen yet. You see them, well, you walk in and you see them standing and just staring.
Staring at the body or just.
You haven't looked at it yet, so you're not sure what they're staring at.
Okay, I will look at what they're staring at. See what all the hubbub is about.
You walk into the door because you forgot to open it.
Ah, stupid glass.
You'd probably just walk right through the glass, honestly, not even pay attention to it,
Damn Windex.
because Kennedy would have already broken through it. But no, you see.
Estrella would have first. She's just walking through doors, doesn't care.
And no, out of the three of us, I think Estrella would be the one who would open the door and then intentionally close it behind her to make the other two walk through it.
Like so upset, but still carefully closing doors. Chink.
Yeah, you see
Well, she's not a
them
barbarian.
staring at a
I was
body that is crumpled over itself on the ground. And it is ice white.
Just for the record, I definitely didn't do this. We agree, right?
For the record, it wasn't Estrella either, but I'm not there.
Upon a base inspection without getting close, there is no physical harm to this body.
I mean, I did not see you for a few minutes, so it could have been. No, I will not say anything. But one doesn't look like any weapons attacked him. Do you not got him?
No, he was like this when I arrived. But I did check for a pulse, and it's remarkably cold. Way colder than a dead body should be. And she kind of like nudges the body with her cho, like, wake up.
Wakey, wakey.
This is turning into some Murder on the Oriental Express type stuff.
Bwah, bwah, bwah.
That's the ultimate plot twist. Gal actually gathered us here today just to play a giant game of Clue and disguise it as D&D.
I think it was Australia
Dare
in
you?
the observatory. It's a nice spell.
I don't even have any cold spell.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. Kennedy has chill touch.
Oh.
Chill touch isn't a cold spell. Chill touch is necrotic.
Right, but the name implies it would be cold.
I know, but it's one of my favorite ones to get. So
But perhaps we should tell someone. If they're not if they're dead, then there's nothing we can really do.
Should
Perhaps if it's a woman's scream, they might come faster.
Are you suggesting that I scream?
Perhaps. It would be entertaining.
it was definitely bark.
Oh, is there no ticket on his arm?
There
Is there?
is.
What color is
And
actually.
What rank?
Yeah.
You see that it's a ruby rank.
Is that
Ooh.
next one up?
Second
They're
highest.
they're listed.
Second highest? Oh, okay. This person was something. He was high, one of the higher ranks. He's a ruby bracelet.
Could be worth something. Look, I was headed to go find Estrella. Maybe we should go and get her. If anything, she probably has the most feminine scream out of all of us.
Uh, I will take your word for it. Besides, we can't take the band off anyways. I will. I guess we'll continue on looking for Estrella.
Alright, let's just hope no one else finds them or causes trouble in the meantime. And also, let's hope there are no more dead bodies.
Yeah, then we had to stop him cold.
Alright,
And so, Australia, you continue on. You pass by the very front bar, which would be this one, I believe. Not that one.
Kennedy has a 35-foot walking speed. Are you really going to tell me that she hasn't caught up with Estrella yet?
Yes, because she left about 5 minutes before you. Sorry, but that is a very far distance to catch up in the amount of time that you have taken.
That makes sense.
You pass through this bar at the very front.
I'm assuming there's a bartender there.
Yes. The bartender there, you can see, is the tiefling.
Wait, nope. Tieflings are my weakness.
Almost like I knew that.
I was like, what? I'm gonna stop. I'm like, excuse me.
Give me 1 second here.
I like that bar. That one's pretty.
Nice.
No, sorry, Fievel. I was not talking to you. You're not pretty. You're handsome.
Fievel is a very pretty boy.
He's very small, very pretty boy. He's gonna be 7 months old in a week.
Okay.
Hmm.
This is the tiefling standing behind the bar. Very nice smile on his face as he looks over at you. Well, hello. As you can see, there's 3 or 4 different people in front of the bar as well, all kind of chatting amongst themselves.
Izumi.
I'm trying really hard not to be horny in this one. It's not working.
What
Playing
can I
too
get
much
you
with
today?
Your number. Right. She kind of like shakes her head. Like, just how far till yep, this way? She points towards the front of the,
Do you wish to look for the conductor?
yeah, that.
6 more train cars.
Oh, okay. You know, I could stop for a drink.
Oh, but of course. What would you like? 5 gold per drink.
Cost here.
Well, yes. Are you? What rank
Ow!
are you?
Oh.
Pulls her sleeve down over her bracelet. It's like, you're the 5. It's fine. Was just curious
Kind of stares at you,
to speak to the
smiles.
conductor.
It is not me you have to worry about.
If you
That
say
would be
bark,
Bark.
yeah,
Yes, the lovely little bird. As he
lovely
rolls
is
his
a
eyes.
strong word. I,
Trust
I was,
me, if you are the rank I believe I saw, you have the nicest dealing with them.
I have the what?
Nicest dealing with them.
You have the nicest dealing with them.
Uh, yeah. Yes. I, I am new to this whole ranking system.
Be happy you are
Um,
not Ruby or Diamond. She has no patience. If you are,
has no patience with us. She's hitting us with her little ticket thing.
does it hurt?
Well, I don't know. She didn't hit me. I asked the bartender before anything could happen. The other bartender,
Which
the lizard
bartender?
one.
Ah, Horath. Hmm. Quite an
Yeah, I'm not good
interesting
with
one,
names.
them.
What's your name? Nope. Nope. Gonna ask.
Do you wish to know?
Hmm.
Are you sure? That is a dangerous game to play.
I'll give you mine if you give me yours.
Hmm.
Which is a very Faye thing to say, but it doesn't matter.
You should have just been a bard.
Archelius.
It's a nice name. Estrella.
Likewise. So,
Anyways,
what would you have
even
today?
you know, I had a pretty strong drink earlier. I think I'll just stick with just a glass of wine, whichever one's your favorite.
Hmm. I'm giving my choice.
Hmm.
Well, take a seat.
She does as she's told.
How strong of a drink would you like?
Well, it's just wine, so or it doesn't matter. As just bartender's choice.
Hmm. Is that so? Hmm?
Even though I'm feeling like I'm making a grave error, yes.
They pull out this distinguished looking bottle. It's a brand you've never. It's almost the bottle itself looks too high class to be in anyone's hands, really. If they're not a certified king's noble, basically. And they pour it, and it has kind of this amber look in the glass. And they slowly slide it across the bar to you. So what brings you this far up?
Sid Porath was the name of the other one. Mentioned something about the conductor, and I was curious.
Huh. Is that the only reason?
I'm sure there was another reason, but currently I'm having a little trouble remembering exactly.
As he kinda chuckles a little bit to himself. I guess I should let you get on with your drink and continue your mission.
Hmm. Sure. And she sips her drink, I guess.
Roll a Constitution save.
Bartender's out here trying to kill us. 17.
It's very dry as you sip it, and it
Hmm.
packs a good punch of flavor and definitely alcohol in it. As you manage to drink it all without any real issue.
And I would.
You drink it without any real issue.
Oh.
You do kind of see the world start to move a little bit. Kind of definitely feeling the effects of a buzz.
Okay. Well, I am going to take a little bit to just kind of rest here, watch the bartender a bit.
After he puts the drink back away, starts to clean one of the mugs, one of the crystal like mugs that he has, and starts talking with some of the other patrons. About this time, Kennedy and Vale both walk in to this bar.
I'm just going to assume that I don't notice them because I'm too busy doing
Mm,
something else.
you can choose to fail a perception
I
to
am
notice
choosing
them.
to fail a perception.
All right. Lyric and Kennedy. Wow, sorry, wrong person. Kennedy and Vale, you both walk in and see Estrella staring at the bartender.
Kennedy's
And you both see him as you walk in.
okay. Kennedy's gonna walk up to Estrella and kind of like tap her on the shoulder, like, "Hey, um, kind of need your assistance promptly."
Estrella kind of jumps. uh,
And
assistant?
as you jump, you hear a chuckle.
Yes.
From?
Behind you, as you turn,
Okay. I look behind me.
you can see the bartender's eyes dart away from you and smile.
You guys sure you need my help? I'm very tired from traveling through all of those trains, and I found another bar. She goes back to staring at the bartender.
Unfortunately,
Newcomers,
as much as I hate that I am about to say this, yes,
as
this is
the
more
bartender
important
walks
than
over.
alcohol.
Oh, right. Bars sell
What
alcohol.
what can I get you? Newcomers.
Uh, Perhaps you can answer a question. Hypothetically, if we
Hmm.
were to find a
Before he can say anything else, because Kennedy knows where this is going, she's going to very loudly um make a sound to like catch his attention. Go. Yep. Zip.
where would we find more food? I'm kind of hungry right now.
Well, I can give you small amounts, but surely you must have seen the dining cars as you passed. There would have been two, at least,
Ah,
if you are from the same place where the lovely one is here.
right. I was too focused on following that I did not pay attention. Uh,
There is one more 2 cars forward.
ah, well, thank you. Estrella, we do need your help for something real quick, if you don't mind.
Fine, but as long as we're coming back here.
I'm sure we will.
Okay. She hops up off the bar stool, gives the bartender a little wave.
All right. So, Kennedy is going to grab Estrella's arm and start to like lead her away. As soon as they get out of that car and like out of earshot of the bartender, she's gonna start to explain what happened.
This would be the train car you passed on the way. The dining car you passed on the way.
I'm not sure how I feel about the mirrors in the ceiling, but okay.
It's in the Matrix, so there's got to be a few mirrors. I will grab just some fruit while we pass.
There's nothing on the tables.
Oh, I will cry and continue forward.
And the situation, go ahead and explain.
Yeah, so paraphrasing, Kennedy is basically going to tell Azumi that they found a dead body, don't know how they died, definitely wasn't one of us, definitely probably wasn't Azumi, they think, maybe, not sure. But if it was, they'd probably be a little bit more traumatized. So, that being said, they had devised a plan, and all Estrella has to do is stand in the room where the dead body is and scream and wait for people to arrive. That's it.
Couldn't you just have told the bartender?
Yes, but where is the fun in that?
You were in a room with somebody who could get a hold of somebody faster because they work for the train. And you dragged me all the way back to this one
It's
to
far
That is correct.
scream.
it's far more suspicious to
Oh,
bring news to someone than it is to bring someone to the news. Don't you think?
Mhm. I would agree.
question. Did you drag Australia all the way back and show them the body?
I don't know if we've gotten that far yet, but she was dragging her by the arm while she was talking to her. But I don't know if we've made it back to the body yet.
We are making our way there. She's just explaining on the way.
Yeah, and she waited until they were in the next train car and out of earshot of the bartender to start explaining.
Okay. So you have 7 train cars or 14 rounds worth of time to make your choice.
Choice to scream?
To scream once you get there or to figure out what's going on first. And see if you can maybe do something else.
Yeah, I'm not gonna scream.
And what could we possibly do? The person is already dead.
Does
You could
anyone
do
know
get
holy
help.
magic?
I would like to investigate the area with my overpowered investigation of +1. If that is
Regular
okay with
Sherlock
you,
Holmes.
DM.
Um, what train do you want? What car do you want to do it in? The one where the person is, or
Yes.
something beforehand?
No. Yes?
All right. How many trains out do you want to start this? How many cars
Well,
out from the room do you want to start it?
I want to do each car, first of all, like the first, like each car on each side of this room and then this room itself.
Okay, so you're saying that you are in the room and you want to do the car in front and behind where the person is.
And the one that the body is in.
Yes. You can do that. Yeah. Which one do you want to do first?
Might as well start with. I'm assuming they showed me the body. I'm like, okay, and then like walk back towards the way we came. So we'll start with that one.
Okay.
With the total of 10.
Magic was definitely afoot here
At least it wasn't a hand.
because there is roll a heal check.
Oh, what?
Medicine. Sorry.
Okay. I was like,
I'm sorry.
I think you mean medicine,
Pathfinder.
but
Yeah.
dirty
Yeah.
20.
Yeah. There are no physical wounds on this body, and when you touch it, your hand just goes cold,
Okay.
like unnaturally cold.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll be right back. You guys, continue.
Okay.
Perhaps he's just frozen.
I mean, I don't have any fire ones either. Well, maybe. Is there? But okay, but like in the room itself, is there any like signs of like struggle or?
No.
I really feel you
Sorry.
should just.
There is one book out of place, and it's on the table, open.
Hmm.
Lyric would have also seen that. I would have.
I am. Nope, we're fine. Well, maybe I'm going to take a peek at the book. Is a dumb thing to do, yeah, but I'm gonna do it.
What's the worst that could happen?
Points
Oh, you
to
know,
frozen
it's a
body on
mimic.
ground. What'd you say?
Oh, the worst thing could happen. The book's a mimic.
Hmm.
Book could be a
Yeah.
or reading it causes you to turn into an ice sculpture. Yeah,
You don't have to
I
worry about being hot.
can't help that. Yeah, no, I am going to take a look at the book.
As you look at the book, you start to read through the lines, read what it says, and it just turns out to be a novel,
Hmm.
a fantasy novel.
Can I flip the book over to see what the name of the book is?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
You read the book title, The Spoils of War and the Fates of the Seven.
Hmm.
I'm gonna open the front cover to see if there's like a name or something, or like a note. Like if it was a gift or something, or they put their name in it because they own the book.
Trail Line Inn.
Well, the book belongs to the train. Flipping through the pages to see if there's anything in between them.
Nothing. Just normal book pages, normal book. Did you happen to keep track of what page they were on?
That would have been something that I would look at. Yeah.
They were on page 86.
Okay. Okay, flipping the book back over to 86. But then turning it to actually 85.
Mm-hmm.
See if like
85. The
yeah.
end of the chapter.
Does it have the name of the next chapter on it, or are they named chapters?
They are named. You can
Okay,
tell on page 86.
yeah.
The melting of the frozen lake.
Interesting.
The very last sentence on the page beforehand, 85. As the ice begins to melt, he stares and responds to her. It's the thaw.
There's more to this book than just it being a fantasy novel. It's the thaw. Ice begins to melt. Turn back to the figure behind me. Frozen on the ground.
Hmm. Perhaps you have to read some of the next chapter.
Be
Do you think that's a good idea?
It's an entertaining idea.
the chaos gremlin in me wants to do it.
This book is more cryptic than most books I like to read.
Well, just
Yeah.
because they're picture books.
True. You know what they say? One picture tells 1,000 words. What we could do, since Kennedy's not here currently, we could have her read it. So if something bad happens, it's not to us.
No. No, you know what? I will out loud. I will read like the first couple sentences of the next chapter.
All right, give me a second here, and I will send them to you.
Okay. I would like to note that at this point I am going to be casting mage armor on myself, making my AC actually 14 currently.
Dang.
But I'm not changing that on the sheet. Or wait. 6. Yeah, 14.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm reading out of a book that has something to do with ice.
Oh.
Or thawing.
It's a Song of Ice and Fire.
It's a fantasy novel, and it said something about the thaw in the last page, and then this one was a chapter title about also thawing ice. I'm not very good at remembering the words, but that's basically it.
Okay.
And now Estrella is about to read the first couple sentences out of the next chapter out loud. So, good luck. I'm just waiting for to words.
Yeah, sorry I disappeared so suddenly. I just realized that my mother was almost 4 hours late getting home from work.
Almost there.
And for
All
some
right.
strange reason, 5
This
smells
is
like
what
an
you
almond joy.
see in the first few sentences.
Okay, and yeah, I was reading this out loud. So,
Go for it.
as he looked onto the ice melting, his eyes widened in realization. They had only a few hours before the melting ice would freeze over again, causing more damage to their house. They had to leave, or face the risk of freezing over yet again. He struggled to get the door open before the thaw. Even with his immense strength, another freeze would be worse than having to torch the door open again to even move it. Should we burn him?
Only way I have of doing that is a tinderbox and torch.
Yeah.
Wait, let me get this straight. We find an impossibly cold, dead body.
We don't know he's dead. Maybe he's just frozen.
I could
Yes.
not find a pulse.
Perhaps he is.
Well, if he's frozen, of course you wouldn't find a pulse.
Yes, perhaps he's Han Soloed. As a famous person I've heard stories of.
Veil of Shadows.
Mhm.
Psychic damage for that one. You are way too out of your line for that one, sir. That is millennia in advance.
Yeah. Set the book back down on the table and just
Ooh.
look around a bit.
I rolled a 21 to investigate, but Nyx can go first. Or Estrella can go first. Just wanted to mention that.
Can I actually make a medicine check on the dude?
Kennedy, I'll go ahead with your investigation first. What were you looking for?
So I already did a medicine check on the body, so I wanted to investigate it and see if there's anything else that I could figure out.
Specifically, what are you looking for on the body?
Whether or not he could possibly be alive.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, okay. So Kennedy is going to look up at Estrella after this investigation and go, no, he's dead.
She sets the book back on the table, back to page 86. There's nothing disturbed in this. Doesn't look like there was like a fight or anything.
Well, we don't actually know that. This is a magical train car after all. It is possible it put itself back.
True.
What are you looking for with your medicine check?
Well, it was just
A pulse.
no. Well, sort of. No, it's in magical by nature. But if there was like a spot that it started, or if it was just like overall just happened instantly, or
All around them.
okay. Actually, can I make an Arcana check?
Yeah.
Basically, to see if I can determine if this was like somebody else who did it, or if it like was a thing, or if he
Go for it.
knew. Yeah. Roll higher, please. 12.
You're pretty sure it was magic, but I mean,
Yeah, I know it's
that's
magic.
all you can really think. You can't really pinpoint any school, even. It
Right.
seems as if it's not a school you've ever heard of either.
Okay.
Not one you
So
would know, even.
She's gonna stand up from the body. She's gonna look at her two companions, and she's like, "I'll be right back." And she heads back to the bartender.
Perhaps she's going to get something to light him on fire.
No, I think she's going to go snitch. This is why you can't trust damn fairies.
Well, you know what they say about snitches.
What are you gonna do? Attack her?
No. Not that Gal would allow PvP anyway.
Snitches are
Maybe.
witches.
Well,
If
she
you have a
is
good enough
sorcerer.
reason, I might.
Anyways, yeah, no, she does go back up to the bartender. I know that's like 7 cars away, but
How quickly do you want to get there?
she's not stopping. If that helps, nothing is stopping her unless somebody runs into her. But
But are you running or are you just walking?
walking fast.
Speed walking.
Brisk pace. I love that
Okay.
word. Brisk as
Kind of
So
hell.
jogging,
you're
but
you're
but like
doing a move action and then half of a move action.
sure,
Got it.
yeah.
So
I
yeah,
mean,
you kind of walk super fast through the 7 train cars in 10 rounds worth of time.
okay. Um,
As you enter back in, you see there are now 8 patrons at the bar. There's only one open spot,
right. I'm gonna take that
which
spot,
is
which is
eyed by someone who is also entering the other side.
well, I'm moving quickly, so screw them.
Quick, cast banishment on him.
Right.
Demiplane.
That'd be a little overkill just to get a seat.
Yeah. No, I'm just gonna
I
hurry over to the.
I was
to
in the abyss
spot.
for an hour.
So, as you sit down, you get a few glances from the people around you. They kind of disapprove for some reason of you,
Screw them.
but
I'm here for
they
for
don't
another reason.
really make it known, but you can tell they're not exactly happy that you're here.
Again, I'm on a mission, so their disapproval does not faze me.
Astrea, how can I help you?
Actually, I hate to pull you away from your patrons for, but I do need to speak to you in private. For it will only take a few seconds, probably.
Is that so? Well, let me see your hand.
She holds out her hand.
As he grabs it,
Your Faye, you should know. You just lost your hand.
you hear a voice in the back of your head. We can talk here.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait. I'm not here for. Okay. Basically,
And
I'm
his
just.
lips aren't moving.
Yeah. No. I understand the either message or whatever this is. Um. But she is just gonna give him like a quick rundown of like, hey, frozen body in this car, weird book that is weirdly connected to what is happening. Um, discovered by my companions. They wanted me to scream to get somebody's attention. It was kind of a strange plan. But anyways, dead body in car, seven cars down.
He lets go. The whole time you see his face not move, as if he's not surprised at all by any of this.
Yeah.
Well, what would you like to drink for the moment? Will I handle that?
At this point, she's gonna look around at the rest of the patrons and be like, I don't think a drink is a good idea.
And from your right, about 3 or 4 people down, what are you, too snotty for a drink here? Get out if you are.
Too snotty. Whatever. I was like, she's gonna look at the bartender and be like, just, give me a shot of bourbon.
About this time, sorry. Uh, Kennedy Vale, did you decide to follow?
Well, she said she was going to be real quick, so
Yeah,
at least
Kennedy didn't follow either because she said she was gonna be right back.
Okay.
I'm sure.
She's gonna be right back, but she got challenged,
I doubt.
so now she's gonna drink.
I doubt she would snitch on us. She's probably just getting something to help us out. She would never tell
Yeah.
anyone our plan.
And she is helping out.
I know.
He does a bit of a flare, making the string for you. A bit more than you would reasonably expect from what he did earlier. As he slides it in front of you. Definitely not as skilled as Polaf was when it
Take
comes
she's
to
gonna
flare.
down. She's gonna take it. And she's gonna down it, and she's gonna look at the person across the bar and be like, "Too snobby for you?"
That person's not there anymore. You never saw them leave, though.
I'm gonna look around for them.
As you look around, roll perception.
Oh no.
12. I do have a passive perception of 14 though.
You see the door close opposite of where you came in,
Okay.
and a figure walking away from the window. Looks about the same size and shape as the person who made the comment to you.
I'm torn. For one thing, I shouldn't really care what the stranger said about me, but also now I want to follow them. Um, it's not Estrella having an issue with finding out what she wants to do. She would know what she'd want to do. It's me as a player seeing the shiny thing presented in front of her and wanting to go touch it. Yeah.
As
you
you're
know what?
sitting there debating whether or not you should go follow them, the door slides open faster than you've seen before. As two people rush through. One of them, very obviously a doctor, and the other, very obviously a guard of some sort.
Right. That's my cue.
And they run right up to you.
Okay.
Lead us.
Okay. Just she
In a
sets her,
very stern tone.
sets her glass back down, gets up, and leads them, I guess. A little worried now, but that's okay.
As if you weren't already worried at finding a random dead body.
So maybe if I. So
She's
maybe
from
if
the
I.
Feywild, okay? Weird
Yeah.
things happen all the time.
True. So maybe if I dislocate his finger, his thumb, then I could probably get his ruby bracelet off.
Why do we need the bracelet?
Perception, Vale.
Alright. A dirty 20.
You see there is a seal on the bottom. And
Of
it's
the-
glowing.
Of the bracelet, you mean?
Oh.
Of the bracelet. Have you
This
tried
is
to touch
actually,
the bracelet?
Not yet.
Kennedy just asked Vale why he even feels that we need the bracelet.
We don't necessarily, but it's interesting that it's a ruby one. It's also glowing currently.
Yes, and the body is also impossibly cold to the touch. Even so, for a dead body who has been here for an indiscriminate amount of time.
Yes, but the glowing bracelet is different.
And an impossibly cold body in the middle of a train car with no explained cause of death isn't.
There are many different people on the train. Perhaps there are some people that are genuinely cold.
Cold-hearted, maybe.
Can you tell if this guy was like human or something?
Oh yeah, what race is he?
Absolutely, definitely human. Skin is still there. Features are still there. You can tell they were human.
Thank God,
Both of
skin's
you.
still there.
Roll wisdom saves.
Ah, no.
I'd be very worried if the skin wasn't there anymore.
Oh,
Oh,
I
wait,
didn't roll that
save.
bad. 23.
Okay, 17.
Okay. Somehow you make the save, Kennedy. Vale, you are now frightened for 4 turns.
Ah. Good.
Of what?
As the corpse rises and screams at your face.
Oh, I see.
Oh, lovely.
It was on the way.
That's okay. You're still on the way.
Kennedy wants to headbutt it.
Roll your attack.
Not hitting anything.
You kind of swing your head forward and realize you're not close enough as you start swinging. So you have to stop and act like that didn't just happen.
Suppose I will attempt to back or get away from him.
Estrella, you hear this absolute guttural scream.
Yeah, I break out into a run towards them.
It's not either one of them. You can tell
No,
that.
I
for
know, but
certain.
I'm
It
still running towards
sounds-
them.
And all 3 of you hear it at the same time. It sounds demonic,
Oh,
as if it was possessed.
okay.
No, I'm still breaking out into a run towards them, though.
All right, you will get there in 2 turns as the guard and the doctor are now following you completely. Still. Sorry, they're keeping pace with you now. As you hear a sling of metal scraping against something behind you.
I'm too focused on running, so
Vale, you start to back up.
Mm-hmm.
How far are you backing up?
Just out of its reach. And draw my blades.
Is that all you do?
Yeah, I'll hold an action for if it. I'll hold an attack if it comes at me. I'll say, what the hell is this?
It just continues screaming inherently at you. And it's just completely focused at you. It's not even acknowledging Kennedy right next to it that just attempted to hit it. As its head tilts back and forth. It doesn't move anything. It does move any closer though.
Mm-hmm.
Just stays there screaming at you. Kennedy, your turn.
Yeah. So something was happening here. I need a quick refresher.
Corpse got up, is now screaming at Vale, and not acknowledging you in the slightest.
Interesting. Like, is it obvious that it's intentionally ignoring me?
Yes. It is specifically staring at Vale for a reason.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
Sorry, Kennedy only likes men.
Yeah. So, like, is its back turned to me, or?
No. It's you and Vale are about 10 feet apart.
It's just not paying attention to me.
Yeah, it's just not acknowledging you.
Right, okay. Um,
It's also not acting aggressive and moving towards him. It's just screaming unendingly.
okay. Oh, that wasn't too bad. I got a 20 to hit it with my crossbow.
Did you have that ready?
I mean, no, but it's been equipped the whole time.
So you just been walking around with it in your hand.
No, crossbows can go in your hip. They have the archer's hooks.
All right. You hit it.
All right. I specifically want to aim for like its throat to see if
That is going to be a negative to your hit.
negative. Okay.
Specific aiming points. Yes.
Kennedy just wants to shut it up and maybe like immobilize it.
Okay.
So the goal. I'm just gonna explain what she wanted to do, and then you can decide what to do with it from there. She wanted to shoot it in the throat and hopefully like maybe pin it against the wall or something to like immobilize it and shut it up so that it wouldn't scream anymore. Cause like dead body screaming equals big bad. Big bad. Bad vibes.
All right.
So that's what she wanted to
You
do.
shoot
You
it,
can do with that whatever you will.
and it penetrates right through its chest. Wasn't really much to stop it
I'm back.
as it goes flying back, and the arrow hits into the wall as immediately the screaming ceases.
Okay, so that means two things. It's not frozen solid, and it's possibly hollow.
Hmm.
I'm back.
And the arrow doesn't stick in the wall. It hits and drops down.
I thought for a second you were gonna say it ricochets for a while.
This is not a laser blaster in a room full of magnets.
Okay, so Izumi, just to catch you up real quick. So the body reanimated, started screaming, started targeting Vale for whatever reason, and then Kennedy shot it with a crossbow bolt, and the crossbow bolt went straight through it with like very little resistance, and also shut it up for whatever reason, even though it wasn't described where it went through except its torso.
Okay.
So I've surmised that it is
It went
not frozen solid and possibly hollow.
it went about through the lung.
Okay.
So definitely not a spot to shut it up.
Also, definitely a spot that it should have stuck.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a very good chance that this body is hollow.
And as the arrow hits the wall and the corpse hits the wall as well, it slumps down completely limp again. Now with the hole in its body.
Hmm.
And it is at this moment, Izumi, Estrella, you enter
Okay. The guard and the doctor behind me.
right behind you. The
Okay.
guard actually pushes his way past you and sees Kennedy with the crossbow in her hand. and Vale
Kennedy.
with daggers in their hands. Drop your weapons!
Get that thing away from us first.
This thing came to life and started screaming. Let's not start this.
Do as I say.
Kennedy's gonna stand her ground. No, I'm going to defend myself, and if you're supposed to be protecting this train, I can only assume, then you need to make sure that this thing is not going to come back alive.
I'll sheathe them, not drop them. So we had to do something when it came to life. We're the ones that found the body.
I'm only going to say this once more. Drop. As he stares at you,
Maybe you just
Kennedy,
should just listen.
and make a wisdom save.
Boom!
You can do it.
25.
Holy shit. Okay.
You stand your ground against him.
It's,
You can tell he used a spell.
that was a nat 20, by the way.
Mhm.
So Kennedy's gonna narrow her eyes. Look, you may not take kindly to this situation, but this isn't even pointed at you, motherfucker, okay? Do your job.
Guys, maybe just listen.
I'm
Kennedy.
running down. I hear screaming. The screaming stops, and you have a weapon in hand.
Yeah, I stopped the screaming and any other potential attack.
And I'm supposed to believe that from a word.
I have a witness, and the person you came here with saw the body dead before all of this happened. Where would the screaming have come from if not from us? And we both agree it came from that.
Estrella does raise her hand and be like, the body was just hunched over in the corner when I left. It was not full of holes, and there was no screaming until
Yes,
right before we got here.
its bracelet started flashing, and then it jumped up and screamed at us.
Did either one of you touch it?
Well, yes, we tried to figure out what was going
The
on.
bracelet.
Oh, no.
Looks over at you, Vale.
No,
Did you touch it?
no. I did not. I was going to, and then he started screaming.
Hmm. Stow your weapon, please. It is obviously dead.
That's a much nicer way to
Oh,
react to the situation, isn't it?
I thought it was obviously dead before, but maybe for just good measure, she says, as like lightning starts to like kind of spark from her fingers.
No.
Oh. Okay.
He did have a ruby bracelet, if that matters.
Not in the case of this. It might involve something later, but not at the moment.
So what is the thing?
Hmm?
What is it?
It's a passenger.
It looks like it's ice to me.
Besides the point, it is a passenger, or was at least a passenger.
Okay.
Now, if you will excuse the way for the doctor to take a look.
Yeah, Stray just kind of steps back, leans back against the far side of the room.
As they let the uh,
Doctor?
they let the doctor go by. They search over. There's only one wound. It's from this bolt.
Yes, when we found it, it was a freezing cold, or beyond freezing.
What are you
Unnaturally.
talking about? It's warm.
Perhaps he is now, but when we found him, this was how he is. Not the bolt wound, but he was freezing cold and not moving. And there was this book laying
What do
out.
you mean freezing cold?
It was in fact a freezing cold body.
That's never been heard of here.
Right, pointing to the book. I know it's kind of a stupid thing, but it was reading this book, it seems.
Guard walks over. What book is this?
I don't remember.
That's why you gotta write this down.
Nah, my character's just naturally forgetful.
Something to do with the thawing frozen lake.
And the title something about war. It was on page 86 though. I remember that part.
You have a lore talk channel for a reason, people.
Again, naturally forgetful character.
You don't have to write it down for just yourself.
It was. The book was called Julie Fullborn, Peach Cart's
Okay.
son.
Okay.
No,
Suck you
something
again as you're
about
dead.
war.
Oh no. I did not catch it. But
It was something about war.
They'll close the book and look at it. The spoils of war.
That's it.
And the victors of the 7 nations.
yes.
I'm sorry. Things have finally calmed down here. I can finally focus on this again.
Do you happen to remember the name of the book?
War?
Kennedy, did you happen to remember the name of the book that I said?
No one ever told me the name of the book. I came back after you guys discovered it.
All right then. Even better. This is a curse book.
Oh. Why was there a cursed book that is by the, or at least from the train in here?
All magic books should be unable to activate in this train. Cursed or not. Yes.
And not as strange how this happened still.
It is something we must look more into.
Right.
The guard reaches up towards his ear, puts a finger on it. Pulls it away after a few seconds. If you do not wish to have your ear yelled off by a phrase, then I suggest you move on.
By who?
Bark.
He said phrase.
Would ticket not be a phrase?
He did say name Bark
You can
too.
see the guard kind of smile a little bit at Fail Shadow's perception.
Well, what would you have us do? Just return to our cabins?
Now I'm going the other way, she says, heading back towards the bar.
Halt.
Oh, what?
There is possibility we might need you for questions later.
Then you'll find me at the bar.
Make sure you are not hard to find.
It's a train. Where am I supposed to go?
Yeah, close quarters.
You would be very surprised.
Okay, well, you'll either find me at this bar, the other bar where the lizard person's at, or in my room.
Do not call Polat the lizard person. They are much more than that.
Okay, I'm not good with names.
You're awfully rude, aren't you? And that's coming from me.
Well, not everyone can be sweet as pie every moment, can they?
Well, you'd think that since people pay to be here, you could be a little more courteous, but far be it from me to judge how you do your job.
I do have to do it the way I do. I do not wish
Cool.
to do it the way I do, but I have to get stuff done.
Yep, she's walking towards the bar. Bye.
Kennedy still has to talk to Estrella, so she's gonna follow.
Sure. I'll go with you guys. I would prefer not to go back.
As you all
Before.
start to leave into the next train car, immediately you see 3 to 4 people looking at you from the end of the train car.
I'm ignoring him. Head held high.
As you start to walk up closer, they all back away through into the sides as far away from you as they can.
At least they know how to be courteous. Sitting down or going
Or
back up
more
to the bar.
so, it is definitely out of fear.
Okay, they can be scared of us. I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Few train cars through, same thing happens across them. You enter back into the tavern area, the bar area, sorry. And what do?
Gonna go and
As
sit back at the bar.
past you, as you start to walk up there, runs a Kenku screaming ticket. They don't even acknowledge you, they just run past.
Feeling that the little Kenku does a lot more than we think around here.
And
Very
you can
true.
tell people are like, oh shit, through the next train car as the Kenku kicks the door open and just
Well,
doesn't stop.
if she is the one that is getting the tickets, then she might be a little
What if
more
she
powerful
just-
than we thought.
Maybe she runs the place.
It's possible.
No, that would be the conductor. They have final say on everything that happens.
Okay.
And
Either way,
where
hello.
everyone sleeps.
That seems a little irrelevant, but alright.
Trust me, I agree with you.
So,
I
like, what
don't
do you
make the
mean?
rules, however.
We can't have sleepovers?
The
Slumber
irony of
parties?
that
No, no.
statement
Of
is
course
not.
You are more than welcome to.
Okay. Either way, why does everyone seem to be afraid of us?
Well, if I had to guess, it would be because screaming happened, and then, as if nothing happened, you all walked away from it.
Right. Frozen Body apparently stood up and screamed. This one shut it up, pointing over to Kennedy.
That's actually a little disappointing. I was a little bit more convinced that they were simply afraid of us because, I mean, look at me.
And we did come by.
That gentleman that was here earlier who asked me if I was too snobby to drink here, was he? Is he? Do you know?
Oh, I care not for who he is. He's been
Okay.
nothing but the same as he was to you, to me. He
Okay.
thinks he is a higher class just because he has nobility in his background.
I mean, eh, yeah, people with nobility in the background sure can be snobby.
So you wish to know more, you say, about the conductor?
I can't even remember why. Something about the amethysts.
And you have also
Potentially.
yet to pay your drinks,
Right. And she's like,
as he kind of stares at you.
it got a little busy. How much do I owe you?
You had 2, so 10 gold.
Right. And she sets 10 gold down on the table and slides it over to him.
The second you put each gold down, it vanishes into the table.
Hmm.
As he brings a hand up, opens it, and there are 5 coins. 4 coins across between his fingers.
The magic on this train is going to give me a headache.
Closes his hand, opens it, and turns it towards you, and they're all gone. Thank
Mm.
you. Now, is there anything you wish to know?
The conductor?
Who is he?
Yeah.
Frederick is his name.
Okay. Frederick. Is he is he a nice man?
Hmm. If you can get past how direct he is and how abrupt he will be, Yes, he is nice.
I already deal with somebody who's rather blunt and abrupt.
You'd better be talking about that annoying bird.
Who else would I be
Now,
talking about?
now, let's not get into any arguments here. What can I get you to drink? As he looks over at Kennedy.
Can you make that peach drink? Can you make that peach drink that Porath makes?
The Peach Tree Delight.
I'm not completely certain what she called it, but it is divine.
I believe I've heard her make it. It will be a bit. I do not have any of the flavoring needed for that drink currently. But if you can spare about 10 minutes, I can definitely obtain it.
I can spare all the time you need.
Do not know how much I'll be able to acquire from Porath, though.
That's fine. If I ever need more, I can always just go visit Porath, right?
Yes and no. If she does catch wind that I was serving you, my drinks are generally stronger than hers, and she is unlikely to serve you. Whereas me, I serve you till you pass out,
Ah,
if you can
well,
afford it.
you might now be my favorite bartender.
That is, again, if you can afford the drinks. As your friend here has found out.
Gold. I had it. I could afford it.
Do you think you could keep up in a drinking match with your friend here?
I wasn't planning on having a drinking match with Kennedy, no.
A smile enters his face. I'll tell you what, all three of you. Whoever drinks the most gets their drinks free.
Satyr already wins, she says.
I've had the drinks I've needed for today.
I'll tell you what. What's your name? As he looks over at you, Kennedy.
Kennedy.
And you. Looks over at Vale.
You may call me Vale.
I'll tell you what. If the two of you together can drink 20 of my concoctions, I will give you free drinks up until our next city. And, sorry, not our next city. The one after that. Not Mabanilo. The next city after that. If you decide to stay on the train.
There has to be some kind of wicked catch to this.
If you cannot afford 30 drinks, you owe me 150 gold.
I would not be a good pick for your team on that, Kennedy. As you've seen.
Well, we may have to put a pin in it anyway, because can the three of us together even afford 30 drinks? That's ridiculous.
Leave me out of this. I had already said that you'd win.
One of you has advantage on alcohol.
Sure.
And don't worry, the checks only get harder every 3 drinks. They start off pretty simple.
Can
And remember, that is combined.
we discuss
First.
this amongst ourselves for just a moment while you go and get the flavorings you need to make my drink?
Oh, Porath already knows. that I am requesting them.
The magic on this train is going to give me a headache.
Kind of
I
smiles
know.
and
I
goes
I
back
I
to
rather,
cleaning his drink.
I'm rather fond of magic.
Oh, is that so? What do you have for magic capabilities then?
Just, well, it's not very nice to show off your abilities.
Is it really showing off if you were asked for a demonstration?
Uh, I sup I suppose not, but everyone was already looking at us like we're monsters, so
I actually am,
Uh,
though, so justified.
don't think too much of it. It is not often there is the amount of noise made on this train as there was.
You would think that us coming away from where the god came from would belay some fears of theirs, but people are people.
People are going to do what they do. You cannot control the reactions of one, even if you are in the right.
True.
There are always going to be those who don't believe it. So, please, allow me to see what you have.
I'm sure you can do more than me. I'm not exactly, well, obviously, I'm only at Lambethus level. So,
You realize your bracelet rank has nothing to do with your skills, correct?
of course, but also I got it not very long after I had been training.
Mm-hmm.
But I have, and she like kind of holds up her hand, and like it kind of looks like a flame, but it's like brilliantly bright, like super super bright. She's like, well, there's this that well, I'm just gonna show you like smaller versions of them, if that's okay.
Oh, but of course.
She's like, so there's this, and then she like holds up both of her hands, and then like another ball of like lightning like forms between them. She's like, and there's this, um, and I have one with acid, but I'd rather not do that one because it doesn't smell that great.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. And she just, I don't know, it's acid splash. So has a
Mm-hmm.
bubble of acid like just floats, like, yeah, above her hand. And no, it doesn't smell
As
very
you
good.
do it, you don't actually notice the smell at all.
Okay. And then magic missile, which well, it's called magic missile, obviously. Which I won't do because I don't have control over that one quite yet.
Oh? What do you mean?
I wouldn't mean to accidentally shoot it off in here. More like I don't know how it would manifest in front of her freaking magic missile.
Oh, go ahead and throw it at me, he says with a smile.
Well, okay. And she, of course, she does it. And like, I mean, like she tries very hard to make him a little weaker than than they would be, but yeah, like 3 magic darts just like shoot towards him.
As about 2 feet from him, they all vanish in a burst of color. Hmm, I see. You would make a fine combatant or sparring partner.
Wow. I mean, I don't. This train is so big, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a room for that.
Oh, there is.
course there is.
Well,
It's
I'd
actually
imagine people get
3
bored.
rooms forward.
So right before. Oh no, man, I don't know that he's 4 ahead.
What were
I was gonna say, so right before the conductor, but I don't know that the conductor's 4 away because I was not in there when he told you that. But yeah,
Interesting placement for a combat-oriented room to be right next to the most important train car.
eh,
Well, the champion is currently the conductor himself.
well, I wouldn't want to take him from his duties.
Oh, trust me, the second up on that list dares not even challenge him. And I have seen him fight.
Who's the second?
Believe it or not,
If you say bark.
you're looking at him.
I was so hoping you'd say Bart. Believe it or not, Bark. They're a monster with that.
I'm assuming that the third is probably Bark.
No, actually, that would be the guard.
I would figure that it would be Bark with their little ticket machine going around bopping people on the head with it.
No, Bark relies on spells.
Oh,
Okay.
well, you said earlier that the ticket rank is not going off of your skill. What does it go off of?
How long you've been on the train and how much you've been willing to spend.
Mm,
The more you spend and the longer you've been on the train, the higher priority stuff you
I s-
request will be done
So
at.
this is a pay to play type thing.
Not necessarily. There are ways to move up without those.
Yeah, well, there is in the play to play too, but
this is more a battle pass situation.
Not by any means, but battling can certainly increase your standing with the train.
Hmm.
As for
Interesting.
me, that is how I became one of the bartenders.
How does bartending fall in the ranking with the conductor?
I am third in command behind them.
Interesting hierarchy you have
so
going
you're
on
pretty
here.
high up in the train.
Mhm.
Interesting that the third in command is a bartender.
If that puts you as third, then what does a make sure I get the name right? What does a Porath rank?
Well, if memory serves correct, they are only an emerald rank.
Hmm. How long would you have to be here, or how much money would you have to spend to uh, be a ruby rank?
Hmm. Well, if you're talking just spending, no, nothing else, just spending.
Well, either that or keeps either
If
that
you're
or
talking about simply coin and not spending time on the train line, you were looking at 25,000 gold.
And how long would the time be? Like how
4
long?
years.
Okay.
4 years and 5,000 gold spent across those 4 years.
Hmm.
You are decently important to us at that moment. A lot of our stuff will entice more of your kind at that rank.
Hmm.
Why do you ask?
Interesting. I was just curious. I did not quite understand how to move up in the ranks, so it's good to know.
Well, what are you looking to do to move up? Because the ways you've asked about are some of the most obvious. You can try and challenge some of our battlers to varying degrees and varying levels.
Hmm. What would it take to move up to Aquamarine?
Aquamarine is one level above. Amethyst, that would take the ability to land a blow against our guard captain.
Hmm.
A non-magic blow.
Interesting.
As your friend here looks over at Estrella, would have no problem with that, normally.
Hmm? Sorry, I was distracted. She says,
He's basically calling you out for magic missile always
Yeah.
hitting.
oh, well, okay. I mean,
If you want to move up to Aquamarine, the next rank, at minimal, you have to hit the guard captain without magic.
without magic.
Yes.
Well, I would have a little issue then.
Good to know. Speaking of our capabilities,
Mm-hmm.
I know that you, Asteria, you have magic. What do you do, Kennedy? Besides, I saw your crossbow. I did not know what else.
Uh, I also have some magic, though probably not quite as useful. My magic tends to be as bitter as I am.
At least you admit you're bitter.
Intentionally.
That is quite alright. Better things are still good. Well, I myself are, as you can see, I'm very good at my blades. I'm not too bad at sweet talking either.
Speaking of sweet talking, I don't think my mic picked up all of that. Speaking of sweet
No, it
talking,
did not.
Well, I heard sweet talking.
speaking of sweet talking, Estrella, I need to discuss something with you.
Is it how I, as a member of, or as a citizen of the Feywild, am not a good person?
No, actually.
Okay. Then what is it that you'd like to discuss?
So, I'm not a criminal. But what I'm about to say is going to make me seem very much like a criminal. So I need you to take it with a grain of salt and just trust me, and I might never tell you why.
Fair enough.
Okay. I am on the run from something, and that something, I think, tried to speak to me, and it is from the Feywild, and I just need to make sure that you're not involved in it.
You've been hearing voices?
I think. It
You
could just
think?
be a side effect of the constant migraine I've had since we got here. But putting that aside, stranger things have happened, and this is in fact a magical train, and there are in fact very strong magical forces after me. So,
I didn't know you until we met at the training place.
that does not answer my question. I just want a yes or no on whether or not you sent something to talk to me in my head.
I do not have the ability currently to send things to talk to your head.
Fantastic. Thank you. We're done here. She gets up and walks
Well, I
away.
also heard something in my head.
And she's gonna pause. Wait,
You know, the funny part is me too.
we're
It
all
was
hearing voices?
the voice that said to me was speaking about my captain, and then
Mine about
said that I was next.
mine was the voice of my ex-lover.
It seems that there is something here that is capable of looking at all of the things we would rather run away from.
And talking in her head, she says, glancing at at the bartender whose name I totally had and now is gone. It starts with an A.
Nope.
You guys didn't even ask his name.
That's okay.
Kennedy does not feel shame over that.
It
Absolutely
is
does
in the
not feel
lore
shame.
chat.
His abs weren't good enough for me to ask his name.
Hmm. Let's take a look at World Place again. And
I know, I was kidding.
There should be no abs in World Place. I didn't see any.
They're hidden under a shirt.
There's no name in lore anything.
there should be plenty of names.
Yeah, but not his name.
Yeah, bartender Frederick.
This isn't Frederick.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, no, not.
This is not the Frederick.
Sarenhal.
Sorry. My bad. I wrote that wrong. You were right, it does start with an A.
It sounded really cool, and I was like, "Ooh, I should remember that name." And then I didn't because I'm actually really bad with names.
Oh, it sounded like Achilles. I remember that.
Achilles. That's it.
There you go.
But yeah, no, she's like someone. So someone can put messages in her head, and she says that as she gives a quick glance to Achilles.
He smiles at you innocently.
I was not having this problem before I got on this train.
Me neither.
Are you guys talking out loud enough so that he could hear you? Or
Probably.
you had pulled aside?
Not, I think we were quietly,
just-
and then
yeah.
whenever she was like, directly speaking to him, that's when we were
Well,
like,
I didn't say it directly to him,
oh,
but
just in his direct, like looking at him, like, huh, this is weird. I
just
see
a
what you're
quick
saying.
glance. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think I don't think we're being super quiet with our conversation. Like he could probably hear it.
I can only do that if I'm touching your hand. Don't worry.
Yes, but would there be someone
Alright.
else on here who can do that? Don't. It's fine. Vale.
Hmm. There was this one elf.
Was.
Oh. Was.
He tends to stay to the back of this train.
Was he wearing a dark cloak? Olive colored skin?
Not olive. but fairly dark, yes. Almost almost seemed like he was half orc of a kind, with how his skin was. Half elf, half orc. That's a
I've
now that I
not
think about it, that is a weird combination.
I've not seen anyone like that.
I have. That was the, I'll say, not super lad, just like to us three. That was the person I had you knock into. He was also the person that was talking about my ship. Perhaps we should have some words with him.
I think it's a bit soon after finding a dead body to start interrogating anybody.
Perhaps, but perhaps he could also be involved.
If that were the case, all the more reason for us in our current state to avoid conflict. Especially because we've seen how the guard, who seems to be singular, handles situations, not with the utmost grace or speed.
Perhaps. We don't want to run in unprepared.
I think perhaps we should decide on a strategy before we decide we're going to go and interrogate people who may or may not be able to help us.
Forgetting about
Everyone perceptions.
then
21.
10.
Got a
Hmm.
21.
10.
Kennedy, you do see this. The other two, you're too engrossed in the conversation to notice. You're kind of still looking at each other, trying to figure out this. And Kennedy, out of the corner of your eye, you see the door leading back towards your train car, where you sleep at. Sorry, behind you guys. Open a little bit, and something go away from you guys as the door slides back.
Like, suspiciously?
Small. You see it towards the bottom of the door as it goes through when the door opens.
Okay, so Kennedy, who's totally paranoid of the Feywild, would probably think this is like a pixie or something that's spying on them.
What do? You've seen it.
Kennedy's just going to tap both of their shoulders, uh, at the same time, one with each hand, and she's going to nod with her chin towards the door and just get up and slowly follow.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
Australia's gonna kind of let out a sigh and look over at Archelius. I'm like, well, again, it was lovely to meet you.
Thank you for the information.
Of course. And as well, do come back. As he winks at you.
Maybe if I figure out how to make more gold, then I can afford you.
Well, go on now. You have a mission to undertake, it seems.
Apparently, I don't know what it is. And she follows them out.
As you reach the door, you see the other door has already opened. And you see that same figure dart out the other side already.
All right,
Same
so
figure from.
the same figure that Kennedy saw go through the door the
Mhm.
first time.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
And they go. They're all the way down the other side of the train car.
yeah. So Kennedy's gonna speed up to stay on their tail. Reminder that she has a 35-foot walking speed.
You want me to catch them?
We don't even know who they are yet.
No, but
Chasing.
And we don't know where they're going. If we follow them, maybe we can eavesdrop.
I think
Alright.
whatever it is that we were following apparently was eavesdropping on us.
That is what I am thinking, yes. But
So
the
they
longer
might
we
be
talk, the more
investigating.
likely they will probably...
Ooh, let's go.
Yeah.
As you get to the end of this train car, after this little conversation, you see not the door on the other side of the train car, but the door to the next train car
Oh, there's like a window you can see
open.
through.
Yeah, the window in the center. These
He's
are all
2
just
cars ahead of us. I can
Yep.
catch up.
you can tell they are now 2 cars ahead.
They're obviously running. I'm going to use my feline agility.
And at this point, you can also tell they have given up on attempting to close every door.
Awesome.
They're only closing the ones at the end of the halls.
Yeah, I'm gonna use feline agility. I'm gonna full dash after him. So that'll be 120.
If you decide to do that, I do need you to roll dexterity as to not slam into the open doors.
Okay.
So that way you can attempt to open them, slowing down at at the last second enough to open it and continue.
It's good. That's 8.
You slam headfirst into this door.
Like any good cat would.
Yeah.
You think you got this. You're
Gotta be
going.
true to my
You're
ancestors.
going. You got this, and you slip at the last second, and start stumbling, and bam, hit your head on the wall.
To be fair, 120 in a round is very fast. So,
Especially when the area that you're going to is only 60,
yeah.
and it's a sudden stop.
Yes.
There's only one of you, I would say, who could actually make it through without having to stop.
Would it be the one with the horns on her head?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Because I'm so short?
No, because you have the ram ability.
Oh, so I could just go right through the door. Yeah, okay.
Yes. You could literally just, oh, door? Not in my way. So yeah, you slam into it.
Ow.
You can now open it slowly. Or open it normally.
I will open it and try to continue on.
Roll a dex check every time. You got 4
Oof.
train cars now.
Alright. Hey, there we go. 22.
You
16.
go, and go. You slide at the right time to... Hang
7.
on.
Okay. Sorry.
Slow down. I like to describe stuff, and you can
Okay.
also start describing stuff if you want to.
Okay. Maybe.
Yeah, you slide perfectly to a stopping point where the only stopping part of you is actually your upper half. As you press on the door and slide it open, using the momentum held within your legs to push off into your next sprint. The second one isn't exactly the best. You kind of lose your footing a little bit early enough to catch and continue on, but you do have to come to a stop fully onto your next one. And I'll let you describe how you fail this one.
Okay. I probably will be starting to get a little closer. So I would say probably as I'm chasing after him, he slams the door like right as I get to it and just crash into it, fall on my ass.
Yeah, you were, if that door didn't close right in front of you, 1 pounce away. At this point, all the doors have been opened fully. You can see Kennedy and Estrella that Vale is now 2 trade cars ahead of you both.
These are long train cars, damn.
Mm-hmm. And they just got a door slammed in their face, and they ran face first into it.
Kennedy's gonna kind of like, that looks like it hurt.
Vale, roll a d4.
Okay. There we go. Oh, yeah, that was fine.
Hmm.
You take 1 damage.
The train doesn't have
Nice.
proficiency with improvised weapons.
Please, no.
I mean, I could make it a +3 because it's a heavy ass door.
No, I was kidding.
Although I'm not gonna do that because they don't exactly have the most hit points.
Yeah,
A
especially
d4
if
could almost kill them.
yeah, if that had been a 4 plus 3, I'd have been like, "Ugh, I think we should not chase this guy anymore." uh, I guess.
At this point, there are now 1 train car behind you, Kennedy and Estrella, and you see through the window the train door on the other side open.
Okay.
It is at this point you realize the next train car is the one where Porath is.
Okay. So we're going towards the back of the train, not the front.
Yes.
Okay. Um.
They're heading for all the peaches.
You can yell that out if you want.
I would, but I don't know about her obsession with peaches.
You know she likes them.
True.
But you also don't know where the peaches are because you didn't go backwards, you went forwards.
Yeah,
So.
I could just be saying it to egg you on. Sure.
Because you also don't know where they are yet.
Yeah, Kennedy hasn't found them either. So dashing, Kennedy cannot move as fast as a tabaxi, but
Well, I can only do that for a turn until I sit still for a turn.
well, right, but all the same.
That's in combat.
Still, I feel like
I
70
let
foot.
people do stuff out of combat as long
Okay.
as they can reason still doing it.
Okay.
Which you absolutely. I'd be hard pressed to believe you couldn't do that.
I still think 70 foot of movement isn't too bad.
No.
That's pretty
So
damn good.
Kennedy is going to speed up, dash basically, and try and catch up to this person after seeing Vale basically fall flat on his ass.
He ate shit pretty bad.
Yeah. With your 70 feet of movement, you can charge straight through the door.
Yeah.
Ram it, knock it off its hinges if you want.
That depends on how hard I hit the door, though, right?
Strength check. If you want to try and
Strength
bust it.
check? Because I have a hit for the ram. Because it is an attack.
Oh, you do? Right, you do. Yeah, go for that.
Good, that's a +4, not a +2. Didn't work out, though! That was in that one. So I rolled a 5.
Vale,
Uh-huh.
dexterity save, please.
Okay. 16. Thankfully, I'm good at those.
Yeah, you look over as you hear pounding footsteps, and you
Footsteps.
see,
Hoofbeats.
fight me, as you see Kennedy very angrily starting to charge in your direction. How do you escape this?
I will just try to dodge this side.
All right. As Kennedy gets closer and closer, they misjudge their speed, and thinking that they're closer than they were, they throw their head back early and run face first and chest first into the door. As you dodge out of the way at the last second, you can feel the wind from them running on your back as they are mere inches from hitting you with this charge. As Kennedy also will take a d4 of damage from this.
Two.
Go ahead and roll a d4.
I did.
All right. So let's see what you got. Two.
I got the 2.
Yep.
This train is
Estrella,
kicking our ass.
seeing this, you see all of this happen.
Mm.
What do you do?
I'm
As
laughing hysterically.
As Kennedy runs up, hits, and kind of falls back, falls down to their butt.
I'm gonna walk past them and open the door. Like a civilized person.
Yeah.
Hey, we're animals.
A civilized person, not in a hurry, apparently.
I don't even know what we're chasing. So, all I know is you nodded towards the door and then both of you took off, okay?
My predator instincts got activated. I can't help it.
I'm just gonna
Nice.
open the door and be like, so what am I looking for? As I continue on.
And as you
Um,
enter in, looking around, you see Porath over there, just kind of cleaning a mug.
Poor F.
Oh, hello. What can I get you?
How come you don't charge us for drinks? But that other one does.
Which other one?
Archelius. Or right?
Hmm.
Oh, because most of his clients can pay for drinks.
Right. Well,
that sounds so discriminatory.
No, the drinks that they charge up there are actually one of the things that keep us going as easily as we are.
yeah, well he got 10 gold out of me.
What did he serve you?
A shot of bourbon and a glass of an amber something. Didn't get the name of that one. It was good. Strong, very dry. Good.
I don't have those here.
That's fine because I like drinks that are sweet. So,
Oh, he can make those better than I can.
either way, there was a guy who said that asked if I was too snobby to drink with them, so I took a shot of bourbon, and then the guy disappeared. We're looking
Hello,
for
little
something. Did
cricket.
something small come through here?
Hmm.
I don't remember seeing anything.
Yeah, I don't know what we're looking for. Those two, she says, pointing back to Kennedy and
Fail.
Vale, are chasing something, and I'm just
Both with
scared.
bloody noses.
She kind of leans over the counter looking at them. So you were the two hitting my door.
Hmm?
Can you
And I
stop
told-
that?
Not
you just-
intentionally, Porath. We're after someone. There's a lot that's happened. I'll have a juicy tale for you later, but we really must keep going. I'm sorry.
Okay. Just know if you damage the train, you're paying for it.
Understood.
I guess it depends
I'm
on
also
whether or not the
kidding
train.
because it's very difficult to damage the train. It fixes itself.
Okay.
Well, excellent information. Kennedy's just gonna kind of keep going.
And then we run.
goes after them.
With a sigh, I'm sure.
What's it say?
All right, so
I still have no idea what we're chasing.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but to my understanding, because I haven't been keeping track of the numbers, but Porath's train car is like kind of roughly in the middle, but towards the end of the middle.
Yes.
Okay, So we're nearing the end of the train.
Somewhat. There's still about 20 train cars behind you.
Behind us or ahead of us?
The
Technically,
way you're going, ahead of you.
Okay.
But looking at it from front to back of a train, behind still 20 more train cars from the very front, from where you guys are to the back of the train.
Okay, so there's more than 40 train cars?
There is about 60 in total.
Okay. Just making sure I understood that correctly.
well, they can't run forever.
Yes, but to that counterpoint, neither can we.
True. I don't have any other option than chase it, unless someone has some spell that could do something.
Ooh, I know a spell.
Uh,
I can
Okay,
clean stuff.
ah, um,
Is that not helpful?
It's very helpful. It's a mess. We are currently chasing someone, so perhaps not the most helpful. But thank you.
Ah. Okay.
A spell for what? I'm sorry.
It's don't nope 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 nobody say it. Um Preservation. It cleans things.
It's a digitation.
I said it right.
sure. We're still wasting time here. I'm sorry. We have to keep moving.
Oh yeah, of course. Keep on. You got this. I believe in you.
And we all get inspiration. We keep running.
I
At
like
least
how
2/3.
Estrella's asked several times, what is it that we're chasing? And no one has bothered to tell her yet.
Oh,
Well, it's okay. We don't have answers, so.
Kennedy's just gonna kind of like shrug a little bit, like, oh, I think we were being spied on, and there's a good chance we are chasing that spy, but I'm not completely sure, and whatever it was very small, probably from the Feywild, and that means it could have been there for either one of us. I would like to find out why and who.
Well, I can't think of anyone from the Feywild who'd want to. Well, I mean, I can't think of anyone who would make an attempt to try to find me, but
Stranger
Everyone,
things,
wisdom saves.
everything has already gone amok in this train. I wouldn't be surprised.
18.
Shit. 10.
14.
No one makes it.
Oh, nice.
You do know that we are level 1, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a high
Okay.
level spell.
Why'd you even make us roll?
Because
On
there's
the
a chance.
There's a
Wait,
chance. There's a way.
you don't have a saving?
I have a. Oh wait, no, I did. It was 14.
Okay. Didn't have a mod on it when I looked, so.
Oh, I don't know why. I don't have a mod for charisma or for constitution because it's 0, but
Okay. Each and every one of you hears run all you want. You'll never catch me. You don't even know who I am.
No, I don't. I would
But I
really
know
like to
all of
figure out
you.
who you are.
Kennedy, Estrella, Vale.
Is that the same
Why
voice
can't we all be
as. Is it the same?
Same voice. Every one of you
is
hear
it
the
the
same voice
gingerbread
as
man?
the last time it spoke to you.
Oh. So Kennedy is gonna like freeze. Like instantaneously stop. Freeze. And be like, okay, this is a problem.
I will start running again and turn to Estrella. Say, good enough reason to chase.
Sounds like
How.
my ex. Why not?
Kennedy, on the other hand, now all of a sudden is no longer interested in this chase.
Oh,
If they are headed towards what Kennedy thinks they are running towards, she doesn't want any part of it. She wants to be on the exact opposite end of the train.
I'm still gonna go after it.
We run.
And that, I think, is where we're going to end.
Okay.
Okay.
A ginger dead man? Okay.
Bum, bum, bum.
Unless you think we can get this chase done in the next 20 minutes.
To you. We're still chasing.
Kennedy, you've stopped completely.
Yep. Kennedy no longer wants to pursue whatever this is because it sounds like the thing she's trying to avoid. So she's going to turn around and go the opposite way.
Oh, and each and every one of you heard it list all three of your names, just in case that wasn't clear.
Okay.
Yeah, it specifically listed all three of you by name in the voices that you've heard every single time so far.
But again, the chase being over is up to you. Because we're still running. So you're the one telling us what we're seeing.
Do you think that they can finish the chase in the next 20 minutes?
If they roll good enough, yes.
Are you really going to leave that up to chance?
No.
Okay, so then what do you want to do?
They can. They could. Yeah.
It is
we
up
got-
to
we
you.
can do
You are
this.
the DM.
Yeah,
You don't think I can roll 4 nat 20s in a row?
No.
Just you watch and see. No, with the way I've been rolling tonight, probably not gonna go well.
PTSD flashback to the first session whenever I rolled 3 8s in a row and then correctly predicted a 9.
All right. As you keep on running, all the doors are now open. Every single one of them.
Huh.
Oh shit, y'all be careful. It wants you to follow it now.
Gonna run through the doors. Don't care. Hashtag kill Estrella or something. I don't know.
Hashtag YOLO.
Hashtag YOLO.
I'll follow. I'll run with. Slightly leading.
Roll a dexterity save, Vale.
There it is. 23.
All right. Out of the dark, apparently. It's now dark for some reason around you. You see something coming towards you. And it's coming towards you at head level. You duck and slide under it. As you pass it, it fades from view, and the rest of the train lights up again. Astria, you see him slide for no reason. And it looks like an intentional slide, not as if he slipped on something.
Okay. You okay there?
Watch out.
For what?
There's something.
She says, running past him.
I'm not quite sure. Something flew at me.
I didn't see anything.
Astria, dexterity save.
I like it when I fail things.
I think he does too.
Except
As
for my, death saves.
as your vision just goes dark for
Oh.
a split second, and you see something coming towards you on the ground that you try and will your body to move around, to jump over, to do something, but you just can't seem to get off of this path as it seems like it slams into you, knocking you down in your spot. You see nothing as they just fall. Just fall,
come back,
seemingly
Chris.
from nothing.
She stands back up again. I'm continuing. And she takes off again.
I don't know if we should. This is starting to be very strange.
You can't stop me, she says. Way ahead of him already.
She is now 60 feet ahead of you.
I'll follow.
As you both continue running, you've gotten about 3 more train cars at this point. And the train car door at the very end slams shut.
Oh, are they in the sleeping cars now?
Yes.
Oh.
They are in their car.
Oh shit, and the doors are locked so that nobody else can get in except for the person who has the bracelet that owns the door.
No, just the
They
one in
went
front
through
of them
the
is.
door at the end, didn't they?
You see this little figure at the bottom of the door that slammed closed.
I can't hear you. You went really quiet.
Sorry. You see a little figure at the bottom of the door that slammed closed in front of you. It's about 60 feet in front of you
Okay.
as you just enter into your sleeping car. It's got gleaming yellow eyes, and they're staring right into yours as if they're trying to pierce into your soul.
I'm going to approach it because no one's going to stop me.
I would try to hide, but I feel like that's useless against this guy.
Vale, you feel the exact same soul-piercing gaze, but it never takes its view or gaze off of Estrella. No matter how close the distance between them is and how much its eyes waver away from you, you still feel that piercing gaze.
Okay. Games are over. Tell us what this is all about.
As you get closer and closer, it's just a cat. Pure black cat with gleaming yellow
Insight.
eyes.
Insight.
Roll.
Hmm.
You're pretty sure there's got to be something up with this. This can't possibly just be a cat. But
However,
it looks down and starts licking its paw.
what she is going to do is she's going to go, oh, look at the kitty. And she's going to pick it up and cuddle it.
You just hear a very confused meow as
Did
it
you-
kind of
did you-
starts claws slightly dig into your skin.
All right, that's okay. It's okay, kitty, she says, starting to pet it.
There's something weird going on.
Glances over at him like, shut up. She continues to pet the cat.
Cat's still trying to
Oh my god, 5 volt.
dig in.
Yep, she's
Not
ignoring
really.
it.
doing much of the digging in, though. Kind of just like, what?
I want to
It's looking at you like, what? Put me down, damn it.
Scratching underneath its chin.
You can hear a very small purring coming from it now.
I want to look around and see if I see
You're
anything.
such a good kitty. Question.
Mhm.
If another passenger on the train got locked into somebody else's room, would they be able to open it from the inside?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Right. Is there anything about this cat
Because
that
the
might be
inside is
suspicious?
just a straight up handle.
Yeah. Like is is there something suspicious? I mean, obviously like she understands there's something up with this cat that's not quite right, but is there any like physical way to like now that she's like up close personal, literally holding this cat, petting it and feeling it all over, anything like weird about it?
What kind of check do you want to make to find that out?
Well, I mean, she's holding it, so I'd have figured that, but I don't know. Like, it's, I, I don't know. That's your call.
Well, you can make an investigation or an arcana, or possibly, give me 1 second here. Can make a nature check.
I'm gonna do Arcana. What? It's a kitty. It was
It's
a
a pure black cat.
It's
It
a pure black cat.
possibly could bring you bad luck.
I don't believe in that. I'm gonna turn around and go back towards my room. Be like, I got me a new pet. She says to Vale.
Vale, what are you
And
doing?
she's gonna
with
hold
this
it up
cat?
to you and be like, look, it kind of looks like you.
Yes. I don't know if that's the best idea to take this strange cat that appeared out of nowhere, but you can do you.
I'm adopting this cat and I am going to name him. And she kind of looks and I was like, Snookums.
I'm going to go back to Gorloff and get another drink.
You do that.
Snookums or schnookums?
Snookums.
Yes.
Schnookums.
The thing is Estrella knows there's something weird about this cat. So if this cat is like actually somebody, she is going to do the most just embarrassing things to the cat, that cat owners do to their cats. So
Well, good news is if tomorrow on the train we wake up and you're eating, then we know something was wrong with the cat.
Unless the cat's nowhere to be found, but Estrella's still wandering around.
True. Alright, I'll
just
go
a
back.
reminder though that as an elf I don't sleep. So
No, but that doesn't mean you can't be killed.
you said if I was still wandering around.
Yeah, and we already had one dead body reanimate.
Yeah, okay. Well, either way, I'm taking this cat.
Or maybe this is a doppelganger.
I don't care what the cat is. It's black and it's cute, and now is going to be living in my room. So,
Keep in mind, it will try and run every time that door opens.
of course, I have cats. I know
As
how
cats
it
do.
works.
And with moderate success.
Alright.
Throw a bunch of blankets over it before I leave the room.
What was that, Kennedy?
Oh, I just said alright. That's all.
Oh. So you stopped still, right?
Yeah, stopped and headed back the other way. She probably stopped until...
Where are you going? They continued to run.
A funny story, actually. And she's gonna sit down at Porath's bar, and she's gonna
As a
start.
drink is slid right in front of you.
She's gonna start to tell Porath all the crazy shit that's been going on in the last. I don't know, how long has it been on the train? Like 6 hours?
8 years.
Since you've been awake, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it's
It
still
is
morning.
about no. It is about 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Sorry, 7 hours.
So yeah. So she's gonna tell Porath like all the crazy shit that's been happening the last several hours while she drinks the drink that Porath just made her.
It's a very familiar drink.
As in it's the peach one she always asks for, or
Yep.
okay, cool. Yeah. So that's it. She's gonna tell Porath what's going on.
So that's what that screaming was.
Yeah, it was horrendous. Made my migraine worse.
Migraine.
Yeah, I have this thing about annoying things that makes my head hurt. And everything so far since we started this journey has been annoying. Well,
Oh
minus
well,
your
that's a
wonderful
shame.
alcohol.
You saved yourself there.
Anyhow, so that's why I headed back. I have no desire to get involved in that, whatever is going on.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to respond to that one. I've never had anyone go through that on this train, at least around me.
Well, that's both a
In the
relief and not
like
a
2 years
relief.
I've been here.
Right, 2 years. She's gonna like do the little finger quotes.
What do you? What does that mean?
It means that you might be exaggerating, usually, when it's used that way. But I don't think you personally are exaggerating. I think you have been misled.
What do you mean?
Well, I've read a fair number of books, and the language that you read and write in, that you told us about, is very, very old. So old that nobody outside of this train would be able to read or write in that language. I don't think 2 years for you is 2 years for the rest of us.
Well, what do you mean though? Because it surely can't be that far different from what you say.
Uh, do you happen to have pen or paper handy?
Uh, kind of. Hang on. She looks around, pulls out a ink and quill and a parchment.
So, Kennedy is going to write down a simple phrase in the languages that she knows, which so far is Common, Elvish, Minotaur, and Sylvan. Um, and so she's going to write down like the same phrase in each one of those languages, and she's going to show it to Porath, and she's going to say, while like tapping each one, she's going to say like what it says. Um, Look, I know you can't read these. That's not what's important here. What I'm saying is these are common languages for people to know in the world outside of this train.
The only
Well,
one that is even legible as a language is the common one. The rest of those are just gibberish letters and symbols.
right, that's my point. This what you described this as, she gestures to the three languages on the bottom of the paper. That's what Elderkin looks like to the rest of us.
What?
What year do you think it is, Porath?
It's 1917 of the Trunal era, isn't it?
No, not quite.
What do you mean?
This is 1365 of the Cloval era.
Wait, what? What?
Porath, I don't think
What are you
2 years
talking
to
about?
you is 2 years for the rest of us.
It has to be. Time
I'm.
doesn't differ. Time
That's.
flows the
It's been.
same, doesn't
Porath,
it?
Porath, it's been over 1,000 years.
There is no possibility.
Well, this is a magical train, and stranger things have been happening lately. I would not rule it out.
I have a question.
Okay.
In the storage car, about 10 trains down, there is a crate of apples that I have not touched in a long time. If what you're saying is true, and it is time you say it is, those apples should not be anything but a core, if they're even distinguishable as an apple.
All right. I can go and check these apples for you and bring them back. So long
Bring the
as you have.
crate, please.
All right. So long as you have a drink ready for me when I get back.
If it is true, I will.
How about a drink either way, but you put a little extra in it if it's true?
Fine.
All right. Sounds like a deal to me. I usually don't allow people to touch me, but I'll even shake on it. And she holds her hand out.
I trust you.
All right, fair enough. I guess I'll go find those apples for you. She's gonna finish her drink and then she's gonna get up and head that way.
And you head that way.
Yep. And
that is where we will end.
I was just about to ask. Yep.
All right.